It's fine.
It's perfect.
She good.
It's
Yeah.
perfect.
We are back, guys. Part 28 of Arcfest 2025. Day 2. So we finished up doing our little roaming stream. Apologies if there were audio issues.
Yeah.
It's the first real time we've attempted something like that. So
We'll be better next time.
it can't get worse.
Yeah, let us know in the chat if you were able to watch any of that or hear any of that. Because it started off okay. We think the mics were working at the start.
It could just be a issue with us being too far away from the receiver.
Yeah, potentially.
We'll learn.
For sure. No, we'll work it out. I mean, it's a bit ambitious, but realistically speaking, everything that is here is transportable. The laptop, the Wi-Fi, the camera. It's just
The couches.
sorry, I drew the line where
Hang on. Are you telling me you want to get a little trolley?
or a backpack. Put the laptop and the thing and whatever else in a backpack, and then you can just,
I saw a model.
just future
I saw a model
thoughts.
in the Arc Open that was carrying his house on his back. So
Oh, that was
Exactly.
the Trench Crusade model.
the Trench Crusade. Yeah, yeah. There's options.
Did we fix the technical issues from yesterday? Probably not.
Yeah. What? Did we have much technical issues yesterday?
No, I think the major issue we had yesterday was the lack of headphones.
Yes.
Yeah, just hearing. But
Because Mike, who's right here, is not that far away from me.
it's so hard to hear if you're on the other side.
Very, very hard to hear. Very hard to hear. So it was almost impossible from that other chair.
And you're probably picking that up watching at home as well. There's just this hum of activity
in the
that you can
background.
hear, this audio. So without these headphones, I'm very little chance of hearing Justin. I can hear Marvin if he screams at me.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So as long as I can hear you too.
Next event, everyone's having headphones. Even if you do get that weird ASMR, don't do it. I know you want to.
Don't tempt me.
Yeah, even if you can hear absolutely everything, that's better than not being able to hear someone. Because I don't know if people were aware, if people watched back yesterday's stream, so the Saturday stream, day 1, you were chatting to Awada.
Yeah.
I heard
Nothing.
Not a thing. Not a thing.
Justin just in smile and nod mode, like.
I was.
Yeah,
I basically
cool.
was. And that was the guys I needed to chat to as well.
Yeah, of all
Because
the people to not hear.
Yeah, we're not having a talk to him today. So
Yeah, which was good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, is now the time. Oh, Rawdon's here.
Oh, here's trouble.
Yeah, that is actually trouble.
They were Rodden and Daryl. What's he holding?
I don't know. Who knows? Have we got? Is the CEO over there? He is, but they're having a chat now. Damn it.
I think before we get them over, we need to discuss what happened at the Arc Open. We've got some results to announce.
Yeah, we can announce. Yeah.
If you could hear us during the live walk around, you'd know the results already. But if you couldn't, all the results are in.
Yeah,
for
we
the
all
Arc
got
Open.
gold.
Yeah, everyone got gold, including myself, who didn't
Yeah.
enter anything. It's actually quite amazing. So our very own BFG Justin came away with commended in the single model.
Yep.
Which is a fantastic result considering the type of competition out there. And yeah, there was what was the one that
He got bronze in the large miniature as
yes.
well, so for the Brutalis.
Yeah, so there are a few things, we spoke about it.
Yeah.
There's a few things I take away from my entries with this. So the first one is I'm not certain that my model, I don't know if you guys saw, in large miniature there was a Scorpec Destroyer Lord. A Necron Scorpec Destroyer Lord. He's on a 60mm base.
Yep.
Now, there has to be is a 60 mil base a small model, a single model, or is it a large base? Like there has to be some.
Yeah, divide.
Yeah.
What's the
Anyway.
cutoff?
I mean, kind of the
What's the cutoff?
Yeah. Because I put my guy on a 50, right?
Yeah.
And he was probably one of the largest single miniature entries.
yeah.
Like he was a big boy.
Yeah. So, yeah, which is fair. I've touched on this a few times already as well with the squad one, where one of I can't remember if it was a gold or a silver, is quite honestly straight up a diorama piece. The models aren't even on bases anymore.
Yeah.
And in the rules, it did state that you were supposed to have your models fixed to a matte black plate. And I understand that if you're allowed to do more than that, but it wasn't ever stated. So not that like I didn't get it commended or anything, which that's no issue with, but it's when things are so wide apart, where it's like that's straight up a diorama entry and that's a category.
Well, and you don't.
It's
It's hard to judge where you came in relation to that because was that stepped up based on how it appeared because of the staging of it.
Not to throw like shade at the guy, the diorama looks fantastic, but the NIDs themselves, I don't think were the diorama to me looks better than the NIDs on the diorama. I think he did a fantastic job of that. So, but yeah, but when you compare it to the other squad models, like bronze and stuff like that, I think looked fantastic.
You think there should have been clearer guidelines?
Yeah, maybe clearer guidelines on how the models are to be displayed. Because the guidelines straight up say that they're supposed to be on a matte black base for photography and everything else. So
yeah, so that's interesting. This one's on a matte black plinth.
It's not even on a matte black. It's like
it's
the sides of the plinth are
it's
black.
incorporated a matte black plinth.
Yeah.
With a little background on it.
Yeah. So
Controversial.
no, it'd just be like that sort of clarity, right? And if I was the judges, I'd be like I'm not saying don't enter it, but I would have moved it into the other category.
Get those
the diorama ones. No, my crew definitely. I wasn't expecting my crew to win because all three of them are pretty distinctly different. Because I improved my scheme over each one. So, as a cohesive unit, obviously I wouldn't expect them to score that high or at all, really.
Yep.
So, but I wanted to do something.
One thing I will say about the judging with these ones is it's pretty cutthroat. There were some really good models in this, especially in the single models.
Yeah. The Duke.
Yeah.
We were chatting about, what's your favourite model? And we were talking to Jimmy as well. And funnily enough, Jimmy that was here yesterday playing cards with us walked away with 2 golds.
The double champion.
2 golds.
Did.
Michael Phelps of painting. So he also said the Count Dooku model, one of his favourite miniatures.
Looks fantastic.
Didn't even make commended.
Didn't get commended. Crazy.
Yeah.
But hey, we do a podcast. We do content creation. I'm not a paint judge.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, though, is it's personal preference at the end of the day. No matter who's judging, and even if they're professional, some people are going to consider some techniques harder or more involved than others, and some people might find that technique easy to do because that's their thing, right? So I guess you're always going to have that sort of personal preference variation in judging, and it's just unavoidable.
I liken it. I think it's very similar to bodybuilding.
Yeah.
It's very hard to differentiate between models or guys that are bodybuilding, and there's people that have preferences.
Yeah.
So
no matter what though, everyone that competed and entered in the Arc Open should be insanely proud.
Oh, yeah.
The standard was so high this year.
100%.
Every model there, I was like, oh wow! There wasn't a single one that I'm like, why is that here?
Yeah.
Every model was cool.
Who do you think's going to get best in show?
Across the whole thing.
The community pick, are you saying?
No,
or?
there's
There's
judges best in.
Yeah.
Oh, is there? Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's got to be Matty. It's got to be Matty or that Diablo model.
Oh yeah, the Rabute is pretty crazy. I mean, from a Warhammer side of things, that's pretty nuts.
Yeah, I'm not sure, really.
I think kind of what we said yesterday, where you can tell guys, we're speaking about Matty's stuff, and you can tell who's painted that before you've even seen the artist underneath, and you're like, yeah, that's Maddie.
Yeah,
that's pretty damn good. If it was just single models, that Reboot Day, 100%.
Yeah,
but with the bust and the dioramas, there's some crazy creativity and stuff going on.
The Minotaur does look good in there.
I still didn't. Andrew was chatting about the Minotaur. I didn't even see it.
They had it in the back. Yeah, it wasn't up the front when we walked past.
Okay.
So,
yeah. No, there's some very, very, very cool models. What else did we get across?
It was painted by. Hold on. In fact, I think Tarantula Minis, if I'm remembering correctly, did a story with it in it.
I think it was him.
No, it wasn't him. Give me
that'd be nuts.
one moment before I look like an idiot.
Well, I mean, we got across how good the upstairs area is in terms of board and immersion.
Yeah, well, people might have missed that as well.
Yeah, that's the Minotaur.
That's cool.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, well, the texture's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick to painting armies.
Well, yeah, no real surprise who painted that Minotaur.
How much do I need to donate for Mick to take his shirt off and give a double Cobra flex?
You got to find his OnlyFans.
Who's that directed at? Me.
That's why Mike left.
Classic.
He was just making too much money.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not doing an apprenticeship.
Nah.
Just on OnlyFans. The real background mic.
You just do shirtless scenes pretending to be an electrician.
Yeah, just wearing hivers and a hard hat.
Yeah.
That's it.
I was hoping we were going to get Dan on with Mark.
Well, we can grab Mark, but I don't know where Dan is.
Yeah, I think
upstairs.
Dan wanted to jump on with Mark as well.
Right.
And then I was hoping to get the CEO of Awada on. However,
You don't know which one it is over there.
well, I know who it is, but they're in the middle of a chat,
Yeah.
so we're going to have to burn a bit more time.
We can manage that.
Fair enough.
I think the Age of Sigmar stuff was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Arc of Sigmar. That was a surprise for me.
Dude, those display boards, the Ideneth,
Yeah.
there's got to be limits on the size.
It's too big.
Dude, that was huge.
Yeah.
For I don't know what the points. I think it might be 1,500 for Arc of Sigmar.
Yeah.
It's definitely not 2,000 points, but yeah, crazy.
That'd have to be like a display board for...
It'd be a 2K army.
Yeah, 2K
Yeah.
plus.
For sure. And then the guy that had the roulette,
Yeah,
that was cool.
He's a
got me to
personality.
spin
Little
it.
turntable.
I wasn't even sure what was happening.
I was confused because it's like you want Justin to launch it because you've seen his forearms. He will launch this. He
Yeah.
will launch this spinning table.
So, I think Nathan was mentioning it yesterday, that table.
The spinning
Yeah.
one. Yeah. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff. I saw the
The Lord of the Rings displays were cool as well.
yeah.
Infinity, like the Infinity gaming boards were just nuts. Like I still can't get over them.
Yeah, all that terrain
I
is
know
crazy. It's cool.
I know it's the laser cut or routed MDF.
It's still a lot.
But the amount of work that goes into those to assemble them, and because I've tried to make a Necromunda board before
Yeah.
and have like a story behind it, but still
Yeah, but
have like still be able to game on it, right?
Yeah.
Because it still needs to be able to function as a gaming board, right?
yeah.
So you can't just
Yeah,
like
and
put stuff there for the sake of it.
yeah, the terrain's so cohesive
Yeah.
with the Infinity boards, like it, and it tells a story. Like there's a really like cool prison one that was up there, and you know they're like straight up scenes or cityscapes that everything's all cohesive and works together. It's not just like mixed matched. You know, it doesn't like interlock well. Or,
The Tokyo
you know.
Tokyo Streets one looked like the Japanese style one looked cool.
Yeah.
I like that one.
They're like cherry blossoms around as well.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
crazy. Is that out of necessity, the intricacy of their boards?
It is.
That's
Yeah.
that style of
That's
game,
it,
isn't it?
Yeah.
So they can't just have like scattered terrain.
No, because in that gaming system there's like reactions. So you can have people that sit on Overwatch. So if you run past, like an alleyway, and they can see your model, they can fire at your model.
Okay, yeah.
So it's
So cover, it's massively important.
There was a stage when it first came out, and House of War was stocking it, and I was potentially going to try and get into it with a few.
I think I remember you saying that.
Yeah, I painted two Infinity models.
Yep.
But never went on
to
with
fruition.
It. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be the case with
a lot of systems. Yeah,
a lot of systems.
Trench Crusade. Let's see what happens.
We'll push Trench Crusade.
Yeah.
And we'll get in contact with Megan.
Yeah. For a board.
Yeah, for sure. Where is Dan? Where's Ben?
Must still be hiding upstairs.
I think he's just trying to avoid. I'm going to go get the CEO.
Yeah, go grab him.
Let's do it.
So, there you go.
I'll scooch over. I'll scooch. I think that works.
Unmute.
Yeah, so we'll be sort of yelling. I'll have a headset and microphone. So hopefully you'll be able to hear us sitting.
Yeah, just watch share. Beautiful. So that'll be, there you go. Your mic there. Yeah, you want to keep them close too, just because it's so loud. It's I struggled to hear. I'm Marvin, by the way. Marvin
Carl.
Yeah, lovely to meet you.
All right, we have got Carl from Awada.
Welcome, thank you.
Joining us.
The big boss, if I'm to understand correctly.
We've chatted to some of your guys. We chatted to him yesterday about your awesome product. And we've also talked to Rawdon, who owns House of War, who said that you guys are looking to sort of push into the hobby area because you make airbrushes and spray guns for automotive purposes.
Yep,
but
correct.
Sort of the miniature scene was somewhat new to you guys.
Yeah, it's exactly. We've been dealing in the airbrush market for best part of 50 years probably. Originally with the automotive scene, with the panel vans from the 1970s. That scene comes and goes, and it's still there in the background.
Yeah.
But like all products, they grow and they develop, and markets come and go. For us, this is new. We were here last year with one of the dealers, with Rawdon and his team.
Yep.
And this is our first time at this event in our own right. And I mean, it's, to be honest, when the boys said we want to go and do Arcfest, I gone, well, mate, that's a day of my life I'll never get back. But what an eye-opener.
Yep.
We hear stories coming from our US office about how big the groundswell in this market is over there, and we are now just starting to see that here. And it has been, a bit of an eye-opener, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's the tough part for the guys in the hobby is the intimidation factor with airbrushing, right? And it's just painting in general because they have the same reservations when it comes to brushwork as well. Yeah. We get very similar questions when it comes to brush as it does with airbrushing. So it's a very hard wall sometimes to break down for the newer guys. But the people that have jumped in, it's nothing but a benefit.
Oh, for sure.
To the hobby industry.
We have the same barriers in areas such as cake decorating.
Yeah.
And we did a cake show 3 or 4 weeks ago in Brisbane, and the same thing. It's new, it's different. People are a little bit reluctant to try.
Yep.
And that's why on our stand we always have 2 or 3 various models of airbrushes that you can actually try. You can put the paint in and spray them. Look, you're not going to do intricate artwork up front. It's like anything else. It takes some time to get used to the basic techniques, and it's a lot of practice after that.
Yeah.
But it has many advantages for certain aspects. And look, as you said before, with brushwork, you can't do everything with a brush. You can't do everything with an airbrush.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a tool to help you achieve an end.
Yeah.
And used correctly, it is a time saver.
Yeah.
And huge time saver.
Yeah. And it's really not that hard to use correctly. Not as much as you might think, like getting into it. And touching on that as well, I figured I'd bring up the fact that you got the deal this weekend as well with the starter kit, about $250, I think.
Yeah, that is.
You've got it going for?
Not a huge amount above our cost, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's the one chance we get at trade shows to talk directly to the people that use the equipment.
Yeah.
99% of our business is through the retailers and the wholesalers, but these are the events where we like to come because we get honest feedback on our products from the guys that use them.
Yeah, 100%. So, but just for the Arc weekend, you've got like a starter kit with the airbrush. So that's the compressor, moisture catch, airbrush, everything you need to get started.
Everything except paint, basically.
Except for paint. Yeah. And then I think recommended retail somewhere between like $400 to $500 for the kit.
Around the low 400s is the normal market.
So 100% worth coming down, even if that's all you come to get.
Yeah.
But and then great intro on it. That's the same kit that I started off as my intro kit.
Yep.
And it works fantastically out of the box.
Yeah.
So
it'll do a majority of what you needed to
100%.
for the hobby.
Yeah.
You can get the more intricate ones when you're starting to do the whole sort of like little plasma glows. And
a bit more OSL sort of style stuff and such. But
I must say, when I used to see a lot of hobbyists airbrushing, I had the wrong mentality about it. I was like, this is cheating.
It makes it too easy, you think?
I was like, no, this is cheating. And then when I did jump in, which wasn't that long ago, mind you, like I only really started airbrushing 2 years ago. It's another weapon in your hobby arsenal to use. Like you will not achieve a smoother base coat with your brush than you will with an airbrush.
Yeah.
It can, and especially for your army painting stuff, which I'm super passionate about, like it'll cut down the time.
Yeah.
So like the vehicles that
I couldn't imagine painting a vehicle without an airbrush.
The gradients on it. And I have people still to this day on stream being like, I'm just going to glaze the lower half of like my Terminators and my Marines. I'm like, please get an airbrush.
It'll take you 15 minutes.
And even colours, like lighter colours are notoriously difficult to get nice and smooth. If you're painting any chapter in Space Marines that's a light colour, I've been doing it on my tutorials now. I'm airbrushing the base coat.
It's funny you mentioned about the smoothness of the finish. One of the key areas over the last 5 to 7 years is in airbrush makeup. With the advent of HD TV, brush makeup, you're able to see literal brush marks in the face, on our talent, as they call them. Airbrush took all that problem away. And it's, as I say, a tool for a job, and used correctly, super advantage.
Does a fantastic job.
How do you find with the trade shows? How do you find like bridging that gap to give people confidence to go out there and just give it a crack? Because that's essentially the issue, is right? They're too nervous.
It's like anything that's new. It has that fear factor. And that's part of the reason to say, well, we have airbrushes that you can actually use, because that takes some of that away. We have Stacey on our staff and 2 or 3 others that work with us that are airbrush artists. They're into this, not only this market, but other markets. And they do this week in, week out, and they can do in 10 minutes face-to-face with particularly a child, up to about 12, 13, 14, they pick it up straight away. They've no preconceived ideas of what art should look like and what us adults. And they pick it up straight away. And once they start with it, Mum looks at it and goes, that'll fix my craft work. Dad, I'm making fishing lures and painting fishing lures in the shed. Here's another avenue to use it. And it's, as you say, it's just getting over that initial hurdle of it being something that's new.
Yeah.
There's something really cool about kids when they first get into hobbies.
Yeah.
And they almost have no expectations.
Yeah.
They have no fear of failure.
Yeah.
There's almost like a naivety to it, and which just allows them to jump in.
Yeah.
And I've seen it with the brushwork as well as airbrushing.
Yeah.
And they're just like, yeah, now I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Whereas people that are a little bit older, they're the ones that are a bit more apprehensive when it comes to it.
Yeah.
For sure. So I imagine you do some airbrushing yourself, do you? Or?
No.
No. Right. Okay. Interesting. All right. So
That's why I have these guys on
to do
staff.
it for you. Fair enough. So what brought you into it?
I got into the automotive scene 30 odd years ago.
Yeah.
I worked for Valvoline for a long time and then progressed from there to one of the paint companies and from paint company to equipment side. And
Well,
I've
there you
been
go.
here with Iwata now for all but 25 years.
Oh wow. Okay. Long time now.
Long time. Yeah, so.
How's the airbrush has progressed over that time? Do you think? Have you seen massive changes?
Not massive change, no. It's
Just fine tuning.
fine tuning. Yeah, it's a bit like spray guns. There was a huge shift around the late 90s when the paint technology changed and the equipment needed to follow.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen that in the toy and hobby market. The paint product really hasn't changed.
Yeah, it's
a great
pretty
deal.
stable. Yeah.
So the equipment hasn't needed to change.
Yeah, makes sense.
There are new models for different applications. Like we have airbrushes now with triggers underneath that look like true miniature spray guns.
Yeah.
And for guys like us that have been in the automotive industry, the way that airbrush functions is the same as a spray gun. So it's much easier for us to
Yeah, too.
adapt. But as I say, the kids that are coming in new, they have no trouble picking it up. And at the end of the day, that's the new market. They're the ones that will be buying airbrushes and products and, these type of toy and hobby products for years to come. They're the ones we need to get into the market and make it easy for them so they stay with it.
Yeah.
If it becomes too difficult, it gets
Yeah.
put on the side shelf and doesn't happen.
Yeah.
100%.
So Arcfest doesn't have a tremendous amount of time left.
4
hours. If people are here or they are still coming down, because there's a little bit of time, there is demos over here where you can give the airbrushes a go.
Yep.
However, if they can't make today, have you got any other upcoming expos or shows that you guys will be participating in?
Yep, in 2 weeks' time we have the Australian Hot Rod Show at Rose Hill in Sydney. Later on in the year we have Oz Comic Con. That's in Homebush in September. And I think that on the airbrush side is the last 2 shows for the year.
Yeah, there you go. So you'll be at a lot of places.
Yeah. So for anyone that, potentially hasn't purchased an airbrush, is still apprehensive about it, and wants a place to try out,
Come down and see us and actually try it.
yeah, Australian Hot Rod Show, and what was the other one?
Oz Comic
Oz
Con.
Comic Con. They're the 2 places you will be able to give it a go.
Yeah. You'll have a list of local retailers that you're affiliated with on your website.
On our website, right at the very bottom of the homepage, there's a where to buy category, and it lists all the local dealers.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And is that website, is that just Iwata?
.com.au.
nest-iwata.com.au.
Cool.
If you don't put .au, you'll end up in America.
Yeah. I'll make sure to put links in the YouTube video, guys, when this gets re-uploaded, so you won't miss it.
Sure.
Cool.
All right.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Carl.
Absolute pleasure.
So,
Appreciate
there
it.
you go.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, mate.
Thank
you.
All right, so I can see a Dan.
Can you?
However,
Where's the Dan?
The Dan's
Oh, yeah.
over here. I can see a Dan. However, I think they've finished up. They're having some
Yes.
lunch. So we might be able to get a BFG family member. I saw the Dice Daddy lurking.
I saw the Dice Daddy.
Did ya?
Yeah, definitely.
I saw the Dice Daddy lurking.
Can't miss him.
So
What's he stalking?
Yeah.
maybe we'll get one of them over. We will see.
Keep an eye out.
There's a Ray.
I saw a Ray cruising.
Yeah, there's a Ray. He's going to be one of the top scored painters.
Yep.
For anyone that followed his little journey in the road to Arc, which, mind you, he was keeping quite secretive. He wasn't showing off all of his stuff there. I don't know if he thought people were going to steal his stuff. But, yeah, man, his Ulthway came up.
Yeah. Amazing.
So good, yeah.
Got a bit of a sneak peek at them with the live walk around, but
yeah.
hopefully people got to see that.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, versing
that's
Alex.
Yes.
Yeah, the two top tier
Painted armies.
painted armies.
Honestly, that's what it's about for me. If you could end up on a table and just verse. Oh, well, I probably wouldn't want to verse Ray because he said he took two of Alex's
models out like
forge feeds off in the first turn. So I don't know.
Which is crazy.
I don't know if I'd like that.
That far row, that had some good armies on
The
it.
whole row
The
itself.
whole row
Yeah.
was sick.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a thing. Are you having another
I might have a
dark
might have a cheeky
ritual?
Dark ritual. I might go for a bit of a dark ritual. There's no such thing as a top table here, is there?
No, they didn't want to do one. Which, yeah, I was speaking to someone earlier. I forget who it was. Where I was like, maybe they didn't want to do it to, because I want to have it like as a fun sort of general.
I think they used to have a top table.
Yeah, but who was I speaking to? I forget.
Do people just bring just dirty lists to make it to the top?
Yeah, I think that was maybe a factor of them not wanting to do it. Is just encouraging a general sort of fun play. Whereas if you've got a top table, people
Takes
are
away
trying
the temptation if you do
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Well, your positioning is based on your points.
Yeah.
So it's not even
Not related to wins.
Not
It's not
necessarily
even wins or
winning.
losses, yeah.
Winning does contribute to your points, but it's not exclusively it. Right. So.
Have we broken that down on the road to Arc? Is that kind of like the Dan?
Yeah, we did on the road to Arc. Yeah, we went through the whole checkpoint sort of list with points in both painted and play.
Because that's something quite unique of this tournament, isn't it? That's not.
Yeah.
It's
You could win while losing.
Yes.
essentially, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's sort of been Arc's whole mentality from the get-go.
Everyone's a winner.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
But previous years had a comp score to tell you how mean your list was,
Yeah.
which was much easier to do than it is now.
Yeah. That's a lot more complicated.
Yeah. Now your opponent scores what your list is.
Yeah.
So if you bring two Storm Surges, like that guy did against Ash,
I see a
Or
painting
5
champion.
Regal Dawns.
is that a Jimmy?
That's a Jimmy.
It's Michael Phelps. Here he is.
Michael
He's sitting
Phelps.
down. Come, join
There
us.
you go. Come join. We're going to have to raid your board games a little later.
Welcome, Jimmy.
Hello. It's nice seeing everybody back on the couch. We missed you this morning.
So how you feeling after winning 2 golds?
Yeah, how's the neck feel? Just
Yeah,
weighing you
jeez.
down?
Pretty lucky. Pretty lucky.
Talk us through your winning pieces. What were they?
So I bought 4 pieces. I think I entered some of the, I'll say, slightly easier categories. There's some big pieces, some impressive pieces, all in the large or bust.
Yeah.
I did put one in that category, a little sort of Conan Tarzan-y guy with a big chest and the sun hitting it, and it's okay. I'm not expecting too much from that. I nicked down to IKEA while they were judging that category. We're local here at Sandown.
Too nervous. We just didn't know. He's left because he's like, I'm just getting another gold.
Yeah. I
He's
saw I
got too much
won. I was done
confidence.
here. So yeah, I'm not sure about that one. And I did a single figure. I think you showed it when I was on the stream. The little Skaven with the big claw hand and the sniper rifle. It's really impactful and cool. The colours are nice. On a D&D table, it would blow my socks off and everybody's, but not on the shelf. There's some
Amazing
shelf.
pieces there.
single
yeah.
mini is a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough
You
one.
can put all the time into just one 32 mil scale figure. You can make it pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, there was a 24 mil. There was the little. The
There's
ghoul.
this little single ghoul that's so delicate and so tiny and so good, and it got silver, I think. That piece is cool. Probably the smallest thing in the cabinet, but it really caught my eye.
That's the challenge for next year.
Go small.
The small,
Teeny tiny.
What if you go a miniature bust?
You know Roman Lapat, the popular artist?
I went to
in
school
Australia?
with him. And Sloane Cattery.
He popularised taking a 32 mil scale model and just cutting them off at the waist.
Oh, really?
And just doing a tiny bust.
Oh,
So that's been popular for a
actually,
while.
that's a good idea.
And the two pieces that did really well was my Sons of Medusa Dreadnought. I call it the tennis ball. And if you-
Golden tennis ball.
It's incredible that's a golden tennis ball because I've had a lot of success with pieces that, and this will sound like what everyone says, but I'm just passionate about and they do really well.
Yeah.
That was like, I've done all the other parts of the Leviathan box and I just want to knock out the Dread. I'm never going to play with it, so I wasn't going to spend too much time. I just had an idea to use the airbrush, sort of mask off the panels and go from dark to bright on every panel, and it just came out looking really good. So I pushed it a bit further this past week because I needed to make up 4 entries.
Yep.
And last night, it looked a bit lame sitting on its gaming base, so I found an IKEA. Maybe that's what I was doing just now. I was buying more plinths. No, I found an IKEA a coaster that I turned upside down and spray painted black and just glued some felt on the bottom, so it looked legitimate.
Nice.
And that got gold, which is very exciting. And in the squad category, which is not usually a lot of pieces in the squad category, because often people sink their time into one really impressive piece. So I got a gold there with Leagues of Votan Hearthkin, their regular troop. They're very orange, very bright, and I took a bit of feedback 2 weeks ago or a month ago at the Melbourne Figure Painters Club. They said, do more edge highlighting and split the stuff up. So I got out a really dark purple and did some edge lining so you could tell the bits apart. And I did more on the base because they were just sort of a plainish grey metal effect, where again I had taped off the different panels. There's like a sculpted base similar to the Necromunda ones, and I had just used a sponge to make it brighter towards one corner, and they said that's not super exciting, it's very flat. So I got a bit of texture paint and some oils and some pigments and just made them look a bit grimy and put some decals down and then textured over the decals to blend them in. So I'm thrilled. 2 golds is a lot more than I expected to come away with this weekend. I just wanted to hang out with friends and have a good time. So that's got me pretty excited.
Yeah.
No, amazing result, and I think
100%.
Justin learned that the hard way about the bases. he had to learn that mid-competition, but
Yeah. That's something we've talked about a little bit. You got your gaming bases, and then if you look at a lot of the other models, being the display pieces they are, people have a thing. But even saying that, it's still got a bronze with that Dread.
No, do you know what? You know what I learned? Do you know what I learned?
Well, okay, what'd you learn?
what do you learn?
I'm a little worried now.
My Dreadnought got a bronze with a gaming base.
Yep.
I did a marble base with my Sanguinor,
should
and I
have flipped it
finished
around.
lower.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I need to remove bases from my model.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I was talking about your Dread with some people. Do you want some feedback, Justin?
Oh, do I?
Here we go.
Live feedback.
I'll tell you one thing I did.
Paint it for a painting competition, not
Yeah,
for the table.
that's the feedback. The one
Yeah.
thing I did slightly differently, because we've got really, really similar bases, is I
no,
jammed
your base is fuck. Your base is way better than mine.
I thought it would be obvious on my base that I found an old Gene Stealer and I just cut it in half and laid it in the base, because one of the wounds is just somewhere I didn't put the arm in. It's just an empty socket. I thought that was a bit obvious.
Yeah,
but
so you just
the
filled
judges
it in
didn't.
with
I just filled it with blood. I just put blood with the blood got in there. But when I threw grass tufts on it, I got a bunch of pigment and just jammed the pigment powder in there to try and blend the tufts in.
Yeah.
And I know in painting competitions they love you to do something to your tufts to blend them in.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a
good to know.
little tip.
So I'll have to do that in the future.
Throw some wash in that
So-
tuft or do something. It's kind of a meme. Everyone says paint your tufts.
Never have.
No, neither.
I don't on most pieces.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my pieces are painted for tabletop, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But I will definitely be painting another thing for next year's Arc Open, and I'll be taking it to the next level.
Do you know what that is yet? Have you already been thinking about it?
No, I might pick something. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it. It'll be Oh, actually, do you know what? Do you know what it might be? In all honesty,
What's that?
Just revealing it now
Ooh.
because I like my whole goal for this Arc Open was to see where I could score painting true metallic, right? Because you don't often see true metallic in painting competitions.
Yeah, very true.
I think it might be a cell-shaded Tower battlesuit.
Ooh, that's fun.
That'd be cool.
And see where that can score.
Something different again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I reckon that'll be my thing. Because that's something I've been passionate, I've wanted to try. Got no idea how I'm going to tackle it. Have to do a heap of research and stuff. But
Yeah, a bit of practice.
yeah, I'll be using an Iwata airbrush to get some
smooth coverage.
Dude, I might mask off a whole heap of it just to get it super smooth. Like try and make it as comic-y and cartoony as possible.
Yeah. That'd be sweet.
I know what I want to do. It's going to be that diorama that I've been thinking about for a while. That I've talked to you about with the blade guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you totally don't remember. That was a while ago. I talked to you about it probably like a month or two ago.
It's with a Von Ryan's Leaper.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
And,
so maybe he does remember.
And a Tomekeeper blade guard.
Yeah. So maybe Tomekeeper or Dark Angel. I hadn't quite.
Yeah. I think you should do a Tomekeeper because that's what you do in Space Marine 2. And
yeah, I do. But I also really love green. Like with the edge highlighting with the color scheme.
People from YouTube aren't a massive fan of it.
No.
The Tron look.
So, but no, we'll see.
Nice.
I think the green will display better on a display piece than the Wraith bony sort of.
I think you need to have contrast between the Tyranid and whatever the Marine is.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. No,
have you got any ideas? For
yourself next year?
Have you already started vibing some ideas, Jimmy, for next year?
I think something I figured out this year is I've gotten okay at gaming pieces, Warhammer stuff. The Squad, the Dread, they got gold, but I'm really bad at the bigger busts.
Yeah.
I went to a class yesterday, and once you step up to something like that, it's just a gigantic head and shoulders. You've got to do something to make it, I'll say, interesting.
Yeah.
And what they usually do is emphasise the lighting.
I was going to say, it seems to be like there's a lot of OSL happening.
Yeah, well, not just OSL, but is it direct sun? So do you have a strong shadow like below the nose? Is it an overcast day? You want someone to look at your model and know where they're standing in what sort of sun. It gets very technical about lighting and about colour theory, which I'm not that experienced with.
Yeah.
So trying to push more into that would be good, I think. So I bought a lot of busts. They're sitting on my shelf intimidating me. So I think I need to rip the Band-Aid off and paint some of those bigger pieces. I really like the piece. I just don't want to paint it and do a bad job. And as everyone says, you can paint over it, you can strip it. So I need to rip that Band-Aid off a bit and maybe bring some larger pieces next year.
Sounds good.
And always a squad. I love a good squad. I tell myself I'm going to play a little kill team or a little tabletop, and just a squad's a good way to actually achieve that. I never actually play any. I never hit the table really. But
I've got a kill team squad, so get one painted and we can play a game.
I have a box of the Ash Waste Nomads.
Oh, yes.
I think they're pretty cool. You know what I do want to do? Here's an idea. The new Nurgle box has that Lord of Poxes. He's got the huge sword on his back.
Sick model.
Because he's a bit deserty, right? Straps, he's got a big bag thing on his back. I want to take his helmet off, get rid of some of the Nurgle symbols, and make it look like he's a heavy in the Ash Waste Nomad squad.
That'd be sick.
And a lot of people, when they do a bust, they'll put it on an angled plinth. It's like the plinth that's angled and the bust is on it. It kind of mirrors the back shape of the bust. I want to do a big angled display base, so it's sort of like a sandy cliff face with these Ash Waste Nomads on it. So that's a harebrained idea. And I also want to try hot pink camo.
Camo.
Not on the same model.
No.
Yeah, hopefully not.
No, there's a model by Nico Galaxy called Valkay. It's a woman with big, long, flowing hair, and she's got this jetpack on her back. And she's like looking out to the distance. And I think if she had hot pink camo, that would stand out in the case.
Yep.
It might not win any awards, but sometimes it's fun to, like you said, the cell-shaded tower, just bring something unique for people to see. Only one or two people are going to win gold, but we've got to fill that whole case with interesting stuff.
Yeah,
so.
for sure.
There's a chance you might catch enough people's eyes to get the people's vote.
Yeah.
The people's champion.
Yeah, People's
100%.
Choice. That's an exciting award in itself. Is that 3 o'clock they announced that?
3:30.
3:30 is the announcements, but I don't know. I think that voting might get cut off a little earlier than that for the People's Choice.
Oh, I'd have to have the announcement.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 or 2:30 even.
Do you want to hear the story about how I almost cheated the People's Choice one year?
Whoa! How'd you do that?
Are you dobbing yourself in right now?
So-
No, I don't.
Did you take a photo of the QR code and then told everyone to type your number in online?
Well, he's getting close. I sent it to my now wife. I said, honey, would you like to vote for one of my pieces? And she's wonderful and supportive. She voted 20 times.
Oh no.
And she told me she said I voted like 7 or 8. I'm like, oh, I feel so bad. That's too many. And she's like, well, that's bad because I actually voted like 15 times. So if you know Trent Dennison, Big Dinner runs Crimson Brush up at CanCon. I went to him the next Sunday morning. I said, Trent, I think I've inflated. And he said, no kidding, Jimmy, because he had all the results in a spreadsheet.
It'd be from the same number?
He had all the results in a spreadsheet, and within a 10-minute period, it
All
was
the same votes came in.
Mum Davies, Dad Davies, James Davies, my brother's names, my cat, Fedor Davies, all in a row. And I said, honey, don't rob a bank. You'll never get away with it. Apparently I got a few votes not cheating. Not enough to win, but
That's cool that your cat thought your painting was nice.
Oh, it's really nice of my cat.
That's awesome. What a good
It makes
cat.
me a little bit sad because Trent did not do People's Choice the next year, and I hope I wasn't. I hope I wasn't responsible. One of the tricky things is he put it up straight away, but people submitted pieces throughout the day. So if you voted midday Saturday, half the pieces were not in the cabinet yet.
Right.
So there's some
which
challenges
makes
with People's Choice.
Yeah,
if
for
I
sure.
if I was you, I would have doubled down. I would have got everyone. 100 rigged votes. Absolutely.
Actually, now that I think about it, I went to Canberra with a few friends that went to play Magic the Gathering, and I think they voted for me as well. So actually, maybe all my votes were just the 4 friends I travelled with. And me, I voted for myself. So.
Have you voted, Justin?
No.
You haven't voted? No. Jimmy, did you vote?
Not for myself.
Oh, you didn't vote for yourself?
There was one little store competition.
Has your cat voted?
There was one little store competition a few years ago for Underworlds, and I just went to win Best Painted. And out of integrity, I didn't vote for myself. And there was not that many votes, and the point system, like 5-3-1, I massively gave it to someone else, and I went home pretty sad because my warband was awful. I didn't win anything playing the game. But anyway, so last year I voted for myself. This year I didn't. If you've seen the gold in squad, the termagants and the little forest base with the yellow, I voted for Kurz Paints or something, KSRSS or something. He's brought that piece around a couple of years, and I really like it.
Yeah.
It really tells a story. I can imagine the whole rest of the forest full of
Was that the one that's
Tyranids.
coming out of the forest with the Space Marine standing in front of it?
No, it's 3 little Leviathan gaunts running sideways on the base.
In squads.
Yeah. The one that I'm like,
You're not a fan?
no,
you think
I
it
like
should
the
be a
piece. I don't think it should be.
Yeah.
Well, I think it needs to be clarified, right? Because as I've mentioned a couple of times now, in the squads, it literally tells you to put it on a matte black base. In the things, like I said, the rules for this year is matte black base must be fixed. The models aren't even on the plate, like they're in bases. So I think at that point it's a diorama, right?
I know why they said that this year. Last year, some people just handed them 25 models and said, here's my entry.
I get it from that point of things, but like if the models aren't even going to be on their tokens, I think at that point it's a diorama, right?
Because there was another Nurgle squad,
There's an
3 guys
integration.
that was in diorama.
Yeah. So, but
Yeah.
I guess it just depends on,
You're right,
on the
that
sort
could
of
be clarified.
clarification. Yeah. So, well, like, I would have maybe done something more than just a 3D printed black base if, you know.
Oh, because you're
there
in
was
squad,
something.
of course.
Yeah, I'm in
Yep.
squad. I didn't win anything. I don't think it's a difference between me winning or not. It's just one of those things where I'm like,
That's Maddie.
Maddie, we're gonna have to drag him on.
Maybe you should get...
You
So-
want him on. You gonna come
So-
on?
Yeah. All right. Success. Thanks, Jimmy,
down,
for
Matty.
joining us.
Thank
I'm
you,
sure we'll get
Jimmy.
you on again soon. So,
Jump in, mate.
watch
Tell her what
the
it feels like
tangle.
winning gold, Maddie, and running a class this weekend.
Wait, winning gold? What are we talking about?
You can see the results already.
Yeah, there are.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you not
you don't
walked
know.
over there?
No, I don't know.
Oh, you did really bad.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
don't-
yeah, no,
sorry,
sorry,
man. I
yeah.
hope here to be the place you find out.
So not even commended.
No, I came. I just rocked up. I didn't know what was going on. I just,
Reaction.
Yeah, here we
wow,
go.
gold. No, you are
So
for real.
yeah, for real.
Yeah,
So-
100%.
actually,
Yeah.
seriously.
Oh, yeah.
We
I
wouldn't
thought
do that
I
to you.
thought you were go run with this gag. What's the next job?
Definitely not a gag, my
No.
dude.
Oh, okay.
So
Hey, that's pretty good.
yeah, I think
That's
so.
almost the best, actually.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
Yeah, almost the best.
Yeah.
Congratulations, mate. Well deserved. Well deserved.
Thank you. Hey, it's been a while since I've been on this car.
It has been a while, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
And
There you go.
since we've
Since
had
the
you
early
on,
days.
all you've been working on is a single Rebute. No.
I've done one painted one miniature.
No,
since
no,
the
you
last
did that. You did that Asterath as well.
Oh, yeah.
I've done,
I've
done more than.
You might have to keep that close.
I've done
to
more
you.
than one.
Yeah, there you go. That's the way. You should have.
This was a bit weird, but I think here is good. I'll just leave this here.
Yeah, you don't worry about blowing the mic out. You can talk as loud as you want. It'll sort of even stuff.
Yeah.
I've been painting a little bit, but wow, I'm still stoked.
Yeah, sorry, man. You don't get to walk
Hang
up
on.
and see it.
To be fair, it was Jimmy. It wasn't us. Jimmy's
Jimmy spilled the beans.
I was. I just got right. Yeah. Jimmy right there. Thanks, Jimmy.
It looks amazing though, man. Like honestly, it's such a cool model.
Thanks. I haven't had a chance yet to
Look
check
at all the
out
others.
the whole display case. So I was looking forward to seeing it all, but I'll go check it out after this.
Yeah, phenomenal. Like the level of paint. There's not a heap of entries, but the level is really good.
Like that's great to hear. I mean, being in Australia, you don't get many like huge profile comps, and then when you come here and you see the level like going up, like it's just great. And I can just see, it's just going to go up from here. Like
I think internationally, the painters internationally should be thankful that Australia is so far away from other continents. I tell you what, because
there's some amazing looking pieces there.
These things could turn up to other painting comps, and they'd be pushing the competition for sure.
Yeah, be thankful for the distance.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's right. We're coming for you. Well, I'm not.
Better watch out.
Look out.
That's not all you've been up to this weekend. You've been in the Arc
got the
Open, but
classes.
what have you been doing upstairs?
Oh, yesterday.
Yeah.
I ran a class.
Yeah.
Yesterday morning.
How to win gold at Arc Open.
Hey, and Jimmy took his class too.
Yes.
Hey, it worked. Jimmy won gold too.
Jimmy won 2 gold.
Jimmy won 2 gold. Oh, well done,
Jimmy won 2 gold.
Well done, Jimmy. The class went really well yesterday. It was the first time I'd organised anything like that. Set up a little slide prezzo. Bit of a hiccup at the start. Had no TV. Technical dramas. Got there.
We wouldn't know anything about that.
Got there in the end, and first class ever. Went well, and some good feedback. Some of the peeps were like, "Yeah, I'm just going to go home and try that stuff out now. It looks really exciting." And I'm like, "That's all I wanted to hear." Like, if someone went home from that class and went, "Looks easy. If he can do it, I can do it."
Yeah.
I think Jimmy said that. I think Jimmy said that a lot of them went home.
I saw
straight
some
away.
posts of people going home after the class and doing some work.
Yeah.
So
That's great.
yeah.
It was fun. I loved it.
Is that the first type of thing you've done like that?
The first time I've ever stood in front of a group of people and done anything like that.
Wow! Congratulations on that. That's almost
For me, that's a goal. That's that's a big.
If only
that's
you knew some people that had a studio where you could hold
I know.
more paint
maybe
classes.
Maybe he's going to be running more classes in the future.
Where do I go for that?
Yeah.
What happens there?
I wouldn't know.
So,
No.
Yeah.
This is a great setup, guys.
So,
well
thank
done on
you.
this little
so
prime posse here.
So,
It's
yeah.
just like
They handed us the center of the room. It's crazy.
it is crazy. They kicked out Old World because that's what was here, I think, wasn't it?
The old world.
Yeah, I think the Old World was meant to be played here, and then
Surely, I think they'd be thankful they're upstairs.
So yeah,
It's a little. I think that's better suited upstairs. Like, I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I think we're
So-
better suited here,
oh yeah,
and they're definitely
up
better
there.
suited upstairs. For sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
What? Can you tell us a bit more about your Rebute model?
Yeah, what are these other
yeah.
Easter eggs? Because I spotted Orko.
That's not how Easter eggs work.
You were like, that's gotta be
Yeah, I spotted this morning, right? I was sitting there with Mike and Mitch from Tarantula, and I was like, That's He-Man.
There's something about that.
That cherub looks shifty.
Yeah, it could be the name He-Man on his leg. I don't know. It's not that.
I'm gonna have to look at this model again.
I inserted a few eggs.
Hang on.
I thought
Did you
it'd be.
write He-Man on his leg?
I wrote G-Man on his leg.
Oh,
No, I didn't.
G-Man.
I didn't.
Really?
I wasn't gonna just hand it to people on a plate. I just wanted to be a little bit cryptic.
Is this from the Animalia books? Do you remember Animalia with all the little hidden... Is this what you're doing with your stuff?
The little find the little mouse or something. That's It is like that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I put a few in there. I didn't. Yeah. There's.
How many? How many are we looking for?
And can you spot them from your Instagram pics?
I think some of them might be a bit interpretive.
Yeah.
So it's my own interpretation of just bringing Space Marines and He-Man together. It's the crossover no one asked for, but we got anyway. And so there is a couple of like 2 others, 3 if you kind of want to. Crafting some extra story into it, but yeah.
Okay, so 5 total. We're thinking.
There's a few in there, and a bit of calligraphy scroll work to just kind of like, if you guys didn't get the reference, there it is.
Yeah.
There's the reference.
Just a bit of a helping hand.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to go back and look at it now.
Now I want to find them.
Yeah.
I'm so stoked. I'm going to get up after this and go
beeline over there.
Yeah. Apparently there's a panel discussion and then the
after.
awards present after this.
Yeah, so I think
I'm gonna rock up for that as well.
3:30 is cut off / like maybe where the presentation happens, and awards were like 4:30 or something, I think. So
Is the panel before all of the presentations? Is that?
That's my understanding.
Yeah,
Bit of panel, then the awards.
Yeah.
What does the panel consist of? Because I didn't realize.
I think it was you could ask the judges.
Sort
of thing, was it?
I think the nitty gritty about the judging. I think that's the idea.
Yeah.
If you got any questions about what bases, how detailed you should go on the bases and things like that.
Yeah.
Double down.
How much do I need to slip you to get gold next year?
Yeah.
What is the maximum
Yeah.
amount of Easter eggs you can put in a model?
Yeah.
It's not 5. I know that.
Can I submit a model without a base?
I think that'll be an interesting chat. I'm going to look forward to it. I don't know where it is. I'll find it, but
Yeah, hopefully just out here.
yeah.
I think.
Have you got plans for Arc 2026? Have you got any ideas of what you're going to...
Too soon. The gold just landed. I can't even think that. Arc 26.
No.
Yeah.
No ideas yet? No.
You get to soak in the glory for at least a day.
Yeah. Look. Maybe I'll finish 1 piece this time, 2 pieces this time. I'm really impressed when people show up with like 10 pieces and like here's everything I've done in a year, and I'm like, I just couldn't. I just don't. I don't have the content enough content for that. But that's really impressive that people can show up with 10 pieces that are all like award-worthy pieces, and like it's great.
Is there a different category you'd find tempting other than single model?
I like the dual diorama storytelling aspect of it. I feel like that's a nice little good 6-month project right there.
Yeah.
Perfect for me. But I mean, it's like, you know what, the single model category, it's like the 100-meter sprint version, isn't it? Like, everyone wants to see the 100-meter sprint.
That's the blockbuster.
That's the blockbuster. I don't know. Maybe the trick is to stay out of the blockbuster category. And skirt around the edges.
Jimmy and I were talking about that. I was like, well, maybe next year, one of the least contested, not that the quality wasn't high, but one of the least contested, it's probably not up your alley, is Squad.
Squad.
Yeah, that's more than 1 model.
Squad. Yeah. Squad diorama. I think you know what's funny? Squad and diorama, especially when you watch some of the comps from overseas, the squad and diorama categories, they tend to just blur into, there's a squad of 4, and then it's, or is it a diorama? Or is it a
we've had this chat.
Yeah, I've had this complaint a couple of times already.
It's on. Everyone's thinking it, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Was this the first official like painting comp you've gone into? Because I remember when we caught up with you, you hadn't. I don't think you'd competed or anything like that yet.
the second in-person comp, the first in-person comp, I went to Sydney for the Guilds Inn last year.
Yeah.
And that was fun. That was a great experience. But nothing like this seems pretty big. This is a pretty big event for the year.
Yeah.
To me, this is massive.
Yeah, especially for
biggest in
Australia.
Victoria. Yeah, for sure.
And so it's the first time I've attended an event this big, and I'm impressed.
Yeah.
And the second time I've handed in something in person comp. So yeah, I mean, in my social media journey, I've joined in some community comps.
Yeah, you've done some online stuff, eh?
And that was great to kind of like, you know,
Get out there a little bit.
dip the toes, get the momentum going, like really inspirational, just inspirational little community comps. Nothing like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah. Well,
So, where to go from here?
there you go. The only way is down there. I should leave you guys.
I was going to
alone.
say,
we'll leave you to it.
I
Yeah,
should
we'll
leave you
look.
guys alone.
Check things out.
Get out of your airspace.
Yeah, go get your green jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go sign some autographs.
Yeah,
Yes,
of course,
absolutely.
So,
I wanna
you
get
know
a
what?
tattoo,
You could.
actually.
Yeah, I was about to say, you could get someone. You're going to autograph people's arms, and they can
Yeah,
go to
I'm gonna
Mitch and
get
get
you.
them tattooed.
I'm gonna
I'll
get
go-
your
I'll go see Mitch.
autograph on me. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks for
No worries,
joining
mate.
us. We'll see you around.
Jimmy.
We got the boys over there too. You can lock eyes.
Are you going to try and get a mid-round?
Maybe.
Hey, that was cool. That was a good surprise.
Oh, it was.
I love Matty.
It would have been. Do you think it's better for him to see that he got the gold over there?
I think it
Or
would
for
have
us to
been. Yeah.
No, I think that's. I mean, for us, that's fun.
There we go.
I just find it hilarious that he's like, you're just joking.
Yeah, we're
Just a
joking,
running
right?
gag.
Yeah.
Come on, Matty.
So, well, I think as well is that if I'm guessing if I understand it right, he would have submitted his piece early yesterday, and early in the day there was no other submissions. So he probably submitted his piece and then saw nothing else of the competition.
yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Humility.
G'day.
He had.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's very down to earth. So round 4 had five. Sorry,
Round
five
five,
now.
yeah.
How'd 5 go?
Yeah, it went.
Okay.
Oh, no.
It went. Oh no, here we are.
So it started off really strong. When I started playing, I was worried that the opponent was going to call me out for cheating because
right.
my first 3 lots of rolls, I only had 5s and 6s. And I'm like, what is going on here? And because I got a dice bag, and because I'm trying to keep the dice off the table when we're playing, I was just chucking them back in the bag and pulling them out and rolling. And I was like, fuck. Oops, sorry. I was like, wow. And and then I told him, like, I'm a new player, everything like that. And I think he went easy on me at the start because I started, like, laying out some of his stuff.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he started playing
Steamroller.
properly, I think.
What'd you
and stopped
verse?
me. Elder again.
Oh, dude, rough.
So I haven't versed another melee-based faction. I need more shooty boys if I'm coming to a tournament like this.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this would be an eye-opener for you, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is your first ever competitive tournament.
Yeah.
I'm still yet to play a solo one. So, like, it'd be very similar to learning stuff from simply entering the Arc Open, right?
Yeah.
I've seen all the other entries and I'm like, cool, these are things I need to work on. And now you've seen it. Even though Arc's not, like, uber competitive, like, it's no WTC type of setup, but you'd still, you've found some holes in your list that you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure.
I thought there was holes in my painting, but
No,
almost made top 10.
Almost made top 10. So,
The best thing with you as well is
well, how do you feel about that?
Yeah.
Like, you spent a lot of time and effort painting your guys, and it was a pretty tall order, really, from where you started. Like, to come
I feel
to nearly
like
top 10.
certain things in my list my army got overlooked by the judges, to be honest, because my stuff wasn't 100% finished. So there was definitely people out there, like with people I know, that should have scored higher than me that didn't. So, but with saying that means that the models that they have looked at have been, like my completed models, are seen as a pretty
Very high
high
standard.
tier painting, which makes me feel good considering that I still look at my models and go, I can see where I need to improve on these too. So
But that
going up from
in
there,
itself is fantastic, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that
100%.
you've been scored, whatever you got scored, close to being top 10, and you're like, I can do better.
Yeah.
With the time frame you had as well.
Yeah. So for me, it's up from here. If I have a display board and stuff, so I probably will look at coming to Arc next year. I can properly plan for it now. My goal next year is I don't necessarily want to win games. I want to see if I can get top 10 for painting. Yeah. Because that's sort of where, like same with you enjoy the painting side of it more than the playing. I like playing with mates and stuff. Playing, obviously, with people in a tournament, you'd never know how the people are going to react. And for me, that's a bit daunting because, I'm competitive when it comes to certain things. Like if I'm playing, just say on Xbox or whatever, when I played the Marvel Rivals tournament, I'm competitive because there was money and stuff on the line.
Yep.
Here, there's a golden ticket this year, but it's not a golden ticket to anything massively special, to me anyway.
For your driving factor.
Yeah, for Arc itself to get recognised by Games Workshop and
big,
have the tickets is big. It is still just a ticket to compete at a world tournament event, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be another big jump from here to there.
Huge.
For me, I would not have played enough. Just say if you were someone to come in like me and get lucky enough to earn that, I'd crumble. It'd be too much for me.
I think the difficult part about that as a prize is we had the Team Oz guys on yesterday, and they're the guys which would likely, tactics-wise, be able to win their games well with scoring a lot of points. However, those guys don't typically put as much effort as other people do into their painting. I'm not trying to say, because Lockie, very good painter.
Oh, 100%.
And I think Reese with his Emperor's Children are very good. Lockie, I think, has had a good effect on them as painters now. Because he's come in with his painted stuff and they're like, yo, that actually looks sick.
Yeah.
Maybe I should be putting some more work into my miniatures. But because they need to keep up with metas and stuff, it is quite difficult for them to just punch out miniatures. But these awards, the golden ticket would suit one of them extremely well, right?
100%. Yeah.
For them, it's hard to get that paint score high enough to be able to get that ticket because you need to score well in
all
sports,
aspects.
painted.
So what's the prize? A golden ticket to a world event.
Yeah, in Atlanta.
But a gaming world event.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Doesn't that almost go against the whole ethos
Yes.
of Arc being chill?
But Arc did it just to get recognised by Games Workshop, right?
Okay,
Just the recognition from Games Workshop saying, hey, you've got
a legitimate tournament.
You're a legitimate tournament.
Yeah.
Here's something.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool. That's no joke.
It is cool. One thing I have enjoyed about Arc is coming and playing people with every single army's got colour on it.
Yeah.
And this is
there's no grey armies.
Yeah, no hate to anyone that doesn't paint their shit, but it's more enjoyable that way as well. It's not, your eyes can clearly see what you're coming against, what you're moving towards. Especially when it comes to Space Marines. I'm a Tyranid player. A lot of Space Marines look the same to me, whether they've got a power fist or a cannon on them. If they're grey, you can barely tell with some of the weapons.
I mean, they're 32 mils, so,
So being able to see clearly what it is, and one thing I've said that I really enjoy about here is I haven't really walked past two armies that look exactly the same.
Yeah.
There's some different ones out there.
Oh, yeah.
There's the
Some
fairy
interesting
floss
Tyranid ones out there
marines.
too. I saw a few pops of colours.
The pastel colour ones.
Yeah.
The base colours on them are real cool.
Yeah.
And if this person watches, this isn't a shit can to their painting. I like it. I think if they added some some neon highlights and stuff to those colours, that they would be wild. But it sort of looks like it's based and washed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but that could be something that they're working towards, and everyone has some people like that. Some people are players, some people are painters, I guess. So that's where a player's going to look at painted models differently to what a painted person's going to look at played models.
Yeah.
So, but no, it's been a great experience. Once getting used to it, like I said, having good people to play against helps. With me coming in the first year with the golden ticket was probably a bit. I came in wanting to have a friendly list, and I think next year my list won't be as friendly. It's not going to be like I'm coming here to obliterate everyone, but I need some bigger things. I need to have definitely more of a mixture of stuff that's ranged and close combat, because I get to a point where I'm almost close enough to them, but then most people have enough shooting things that they just shoot me off the ball.
I think that's definitely something that you can't plan for entirely. Like, you don't know who you're going to get matched up, and it sounds like you've been matched up against shooting after shooting after shooting.
Yeah.
And another thing, though, touching on that, is because there are 100 boards here, terrain can be quite sparse.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation.
You've been practicing on more of a WTC board.
Yeah.
So there's a hell of a lot more line blocking. So you're able to move units up that cannot be shot at all.
Yeah.
And that's how the game's meant to be played, right? Again, not a negative to Arc, because, again, you can only supply what you can supply.
Yeah, it's a struggle to get that much terrain.
Very hard to put, that much terrain on 200 boards. But...
just please don't give my last game against another Elder player where I'm going to kill myself.
And the thing as well is that, this is your first tournament, but you haven't played much before as well. So you've only practiced against, 2, maybe 3 types of armies?
Yeah, because even before here, I literally have played Alex, Ash, and I don't even think we played a game before.
I think we did one, you beat me.
Oh, we did too, yeah.
Yeah, so you versed 3 armies. Yeah. How diverse it can be at the tournament as well.
Yeah.
So...
And I don't care what anyone says. Most people dislike Tau. I hate Elder. They are my hated army.
Is that a new development, or has that been...
No, that's after this tournament.
That's after this.
The people that play it, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not like it's the players. They're fine, but the just rules those mother Führers have is just...
They're very strong.
They're so strong. I'm getting close to the scouts and stuff, and they're just running backwards away from me, and it's like, brother... stop. And it's within 9 inches too, so if I get to that borderline of 9 inches and they get a D6 plus 2 or whatever it is, if they get the maximum thing, my charge range doesn't even hit it anymore.
You're going to love versing my group one day if that's your problem that you have with them.
Well, if we play with a blank board, then it'll have a problem.
Yeah, this is like... I'd love to chat to Alex if we've got time, because he versed Ray. And it was
on the board was like...
It was... we'll snake him on.
There was basically 0 terrain.
We'll snake him on. There's more stuff on the coffee
Alex.
table.
And the terrain that was on that table
I'll get Alex on, guys.
Yeah, go grab him.
Shallow.
Yeah, it was very... And then the fire dragons just appear.
Yeah.
And things disappear.
Come on.
Alex doesn't want to.
Nah. All right.
He doesn't want to.
All right.
No, he doesn't want to.
So...
That's all right.
We might take a quick break.
Yeah.
We might have a little bit of a break. We'll get some refreshments, a little bit more food into us. Hopefully, we'll be able to have Dan and Mark. I think I'm almost thinking Dan sort of kept on saying yes, but he doesn't really want to come on.
I think he's down. I think he'll jump on.
But we'll see how we go. I think we'll just have a little bit of a break, come back. We'll finish up with maybe one more interview, and hopefully we can wrangle the Michael Phelps of miniature painting, Jimmy, back with some board games.
Sounds good.
And we'll finish off with a bit of that.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
All right, we'll see everyone very soon.
See ya.
See ya.
We are back, guys, and I think this could potentially be the final interview of today, which is fitting because we have Dan, the current organizer of Arcfest, and we have the original organizer of, was it Arcanicon?
Arc 40K.
Arc 40K. We've got Mark with us. How are we doing, guys?
We're doing really well at the moment, actually.
Yeah. Because it's towards the end of the day.
Yeah, it's towards the end of the day. We're into round 6. There's always a bit of a, it's we're almost there. So, yeah.
I'm having a great time because I'm doing fuck all.
You get to see it from the other side.
Yes.
What are you doing over there, Mark? Because we were taking a walk before and we saw you guys rolling some dice and...
Yeah, so we're old and couldn't be bothered keeping up with codexes, so we're playing a game called Silver Bayonet, designed by Joseph McCulloch, who did Frostgrave and Stargrave. It's a game of Napoleonic Gothic horror, so you use any Napoleonic figure. Plays like Necromunda. It's a small unit game, you level up, but it's like French old guard fighting vampires. It's huge fun.
That's fun.
French old guard, Necromunda. You've played Frostgrave before,
Yeah, I've played Frostgrave. Yeah, big fan.
Yeah, his whole deal is just use whatever models you have.
Yeah.
It's no arms race of codexes. You just throw down. Very simple. Great game.
Nice. So, with Arc, how did it even come about? Like, it's now grown into, it have to be Victoria's largest tabletop convention / festival ever. How did it all come about? How did the first ever Arc come into existence?
So I'm like a writer and a game designer, and anything I've ever done very well is because I got the rage. And I got the rage about 40K second edition tournaments in Melbourne because they were run by nice people, but they were kind of awful. Because everybody just smashed each other. There was literally like a punch one day.
Oh, damn.
It was a table punch, not a person punch, but it was pretty close.
Yeah.
People wouldn't paint their models, and they wouldn't assemble their models. You'd fight a dreadnought, which was 3 dreadnoughts, because it was like a pile of legs, a pile of weapons, and a torso. So the standard was very low, and that's not why I play. It's not fun. Dave Taylor, who's a legend in all hobby circles, he's in the US now. He was the local workshop kind of Australia, first editor of White Dwarf, and he ran a Rogue Trader tournament at CanCon 99 using Jarvis Johnson's system. And that suddenly it's like there's battle points, but painting points and sport points and composition points. And I looked at that and said, this is how I like to play. So I had one arc in 98 because there were 9 players. And that's about my style. Not 200, there were 9 of us. So just because by sports points I won that, and the rule then, Hugh was running it, was, well, if you win it this year, you have to run it next year. So I said, right, let's have painted armies only. And the whole Melbourne 40K scene said, sod that, we're not going. Sports points, that sounds soft. And we had 14 people, but they had a great time. And they told 14 mates. Next year, 28, then 50, then about 80, then about 100. And it was just making it fun. 2004 was the
first 100.
Yeah. And you played in the third one?
2001 was my first.
Yeah.
So, and that was only about 70-odd players at Collingwood College. It was unreal. Like, you'd never been anywhere where you saw that many models painted, even at just 70 players. You know what I mean? So, and there was about 4 big tournaments around at that time, and the other ones were all renowned for just like a beatdown, you know. And they actually almost ended up with the painting things because of the amount of people that went to Arc. They would then go and you'd build a 1,200 point Arc army, and then you'd build that to 1,500 points to go to Apocalypse, which was in the western suburbs, Power Fist, and Conquest over Easter. So there was a big. It was sort of like the start of the year, and then you went up from there. So once you've got the 1,200 points, people were adding to it. They were painting more. So it was all off the back of that. This is the way I like to play from what he did. So.
Yeah, it's exactly the point I've made a few times with my friends that are getting involved, because I'm obviously passionate about painting. That's what our stream is majority of.
Painting?
Is about painting your stuff. I'm all for it. And it does make a very good platform to jump into those 2,000 point armies once you have that 1350 painted.
Yeah.
And it's still like I couldn't imagine playing 6 2,000 point games. Like you would just, I think you would go insane.
That was, I did choose low points values because you wouldn't get games finished.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't even get through turn 2. And I thought, well, if you have small armies, you could relax. You finish your game and see your friends.
Yeah.
And that's what really happened. This community, people would see each other at these events, and strong friendships grew, and they're international friendships too. So yeah, like playing the game is kind of the least important part for me.
Yeah,
I think
you're here
that's
for the social aspect.
Yeah, that social aspect though is where I think it started to grow, because I know when I started getting involved, literally my whole circle of mates, that's what we do for the whole year. We'd play in our garage for every Tuesday night, building armies for 1,200 points, even though we're doing other events, to try and get that base down for that first event of the year, because it was the best. Like, I can't describe how good it was to be able to go there. It was summer. It was always 38 degrees. There was always something going on. But we just had the most fun that weekend. So, and I think part of it that I think Mark's left out is when you're like that, when you're playing against your mates for fun, he used to bring along the wackiest missions. We've actually toned the wackiness down, even though we try and have a wacky factor.
Yeah.
It's because I just didn't care and liked to crack stupid jokes.
We had bouncing sheep one year. There was the Arno Corps.
Yeah,
Arnold
Arno Corps.
missions.
Play a lot of Arno Corps. Yeah.
So all the missions were themed around Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. You know, and you go along and you're just having a good time. Everything's painted, and then your mates, as soon as you walk out, you're like, we're going for beers, and what are you doing next year? No matter what happened that year, what's next?
Well, the big change was when Ratboy loaned me a sound system.
Yes.
And that was like barbecue, beer, 1,200 watts of Sepultura. Like, suddenly everyone's just so happy, sports are way up.
Yeah.
Because you're just having too good a time to care about what happened.
Fair enough.
It's so true.
Yeah.
So,
I haven't been to any WTC or ITC events. One day I'll probably get round to them, but I imagine the vibes would be drastically different to here.
yeah, I haven't been to one, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I do know the more competitive ones that they used to run years ago. Yeah, they weren't as vibey. No, they didn't have the casual nature. So
Yeah. Couldn't imagine spending a weekend and just look. There is a group of people that enjoy that. Obviously,
the competitive side.
and that's the fantastic thing about art, because it can cater to the people that want the immersion.
Yeah.
It can cater to people like myself that want to spend hundreds of hours of painting my miniatures, and then versing someone else who's done the exact same thing.
Well, that was something the community decided was important to them.
Yeah.
I just wanted them painted. Literally 3 colours and you're legal.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted. I didn't want to see plastic. But everyone came along, inspired each other, and just got better and better and better. And then you'd have this thrilling stuff. And Steve Firth, original Watster over there, was building flying galleons with rigging. You know, his first army was Nurgle Death Guard, and all the banners were some horrible medical photograph of what kind of the disease did to you. It was like, oh, my eyes, you know. So suddenly this notion of interesting armies, but those were the crazy early days, and then we got old and tired and handed it to this guy.
For a second. But like my first year, I took really basic iron hands, like black with a wash, and I thought I had the greatest.
Yeah.
Walk in, and then you see shit like that, and then you're like going, oh, I got up my game next year. And it became an arms race of hobby amongst people. And you'd almost be like with a group of guys, and you'd show up on the gaming night, be like, check out this, and they're like, oh, that's really cool. You've got to get that done for Arc. You know, it became and then when you see it all, you're like, oh, I've got to do more because that guy did this big. But there's a guy there with a massive, I don't know what it's called, the big massive tank thing. Have you seen it?
Oh yeah, I saw it earlier. Yeah.
Someone's going to look at that and go, oh, I've got up my game for next year, don't I? So
it's nuts.
It is. Oh, it's crazy.
There's some nuts stuff there.
So
it is, like you said, people planning almost after the event what they're doing next event. We've done it with the Arc Open.
Yeah.
We've already started chatting to other people that have competed about, hey, what are you going to bring next year? So I think the planning starts, and for me, I think it's smart to start the planning almost after the event finishes.
Yeah.
As much as there's those guys that live off the Arc. I'm painting until 3 a.m. the morning before Arc. I'm more about getting it done and having like a comfortable.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, don't you start with your.
My original display piece is unfinished over there.
If you haven't done an all-nighter, you haven't had the Arc experience. I'm sorry. It's
I must have missed out on the Arc experience then.
Yeah.
It's not a healthy hobby.
No.
But it was a great relief when we tried to say that events should be like a home game. It should be the same thing. That's why we love it. And then to go, well, it's been 12 years, but, well, we're kind of, we might be over it. And to have this outstanding individual, former workshop manager, wonderful player, great bloke to spend time with. Dan, we're going to stop. Can you take this on?
That was the coffee shop I talked about.
Yeah.
Ambushed.
Yeah. Going to burn it down one day.
Tricked into it.
Never had coffee with me again.
Nope. Should meet for breakfast. Nope.
That was the last time.
And I think the vision that you and Andrew have had to go beyond this knockabout thing in a haunted high school to this Southern Hemisphere Adepticon is outstanding.
Yeah.
So how did you lift that up?
How did we lift it up? Well, we just trying to keep to those core principles. Codex Watt lives, and it lives strong. We want people to paint their models, and we had a realization about just before the 25th anniversary, which was 3 years ago, that those principles don't just apply to 40K.
Yeah.
They apply to, Kill Team, to Infinity, to any war game, to your one you're
Silver
playing.
Bayonet, yeah.
Silver Bayonet.
Although I might be a prick.
Yeah, you probably are. But you painted your damn models.
I did.
Yeah, that's true.
So why not take what we do and we've been doing for 25 years and try it with other game systems?
Okay.
And then what we've found this year particularly, if we go upstairs, there's Tim Luckman and Christian Wazalewski. They're building better display bases and hobby for the Arc of Sigmar event than for the Arc 40K players have done this year. So it's actually spreading that same culture into those other game systems.
Yeah.
And we had that also from last year with Infinity, where the Infinity guys, painting wasn't a requirement for most of their events. And then I said to them that we want painting because it's part of those core values. And they ran with it. And now their TOs get asked, hey, by their players, we have to paint our models, right? Because they've now seen, they've probably had the same experience. So, it's just taking what we've done many years ago, what we enjoyed, and just keep trying to
We did have a chat to one of the gamers up there for Infinity.
Yeah.
And he gave Arc a massive shout out because he was like, it's inspired them all to paint their miniatures.
Oh, sweet.
Which is phenomenal. I'm hoping we had the audio for that because we were roaming. So it might not be as clean, but if it is, we'll definitely link it to you because it was only 5 minutes, but it
was a fantastic representation of the gaming system and how Arc is kind of encouraging it and how open it is. And there was some the terrain up there is awesome for Affinity, and there was some really amazing.
It just looks like
groups.
Bubblegum Crisis, Ghost in the Shell. I love it. So good.
It's actually really pleasing that that's actually had that effect. You know what I mean? We kind of feel like because we've been doing so long, that's a small part of it. But if we're having that kind of impact, then I think you're doing something right.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it speaks volumes for what you guys have done as a whole with the event in itself.
Yeah,
sure.
I think it comes naturally to some of the other systems, the painting.
Yes.
I think Age of Sigmar in itself, there's a lot of people that love painting their stuff up
very
there.
passionate about it.
Yeah, inspiring Infinity and even I'd painted my army to come to the 2 previous arcs.
Yep.
But we're doing stuff here today, and we were occupied last year. It's even made me think, hey, if I'm ever gaming, I need to up my game again.
Yeah.
Especially with display boards. I've got some friends out there that have painted some phenomenal stuff.
Yep.
And they've left their display boards off, and that could have been the thing that has pushed them into the top 10, the top 5 for the painting of the armies in itself. And it doesn't need to be nuts by any means, but
doesn't need to be like a carousel like upstairs.
No. Yeah. Well, the other thing is we have 2 painting awards. So you've got obviously the technical element for the armies in 40K, but you also got the player's choice, which is another legacy from the old days, where that's chosen by the player. So it doesn't have to be the best painted army. It's the wackiest, it's the fun, it's the thing you think is the coolest almost.
Yeah.
And that's our third, probably our top 3 most prestigious awards we have.
Yeah.
And we don't judge it. They vote, and then we just give the prize to the winners.
Tim Luckman's Imperial Fist, just because of the perfect yellow tones. Didn't the Anzac Light Horse get up?
Yes.
I think that was a popular choice. So those things you always remember. Yeah.
Do you have any?
Try to remember them.
Mark, do you have any fond memories of any matchups you've had? Like any memorable games you've played in previous arcs?
Oh, well, look, honestly, so we have stupid hats. We have fez, right?
Yes.
Because Steve went to Egypt and he said, I'm going to Egypt, who wants a fez? Of course, we all said yes. So when we started playing in tournaments, we'd wear them because we were too cheap to buy T-shirts. So when we ran the event, we'd wear our fez. So we had to make a Gumby army. So Steve made an Imperial Guard army. We're basically World War I Turks, like Imperial Guard, all with fez. So fighting the Fez army against the Australian Light Horse on the January kind of weekend, I can still see that. That was outstanding. But mostly I didn't play. I just walked around and made sure people weren't being nice to each other. But the other thing, in the early days, I would just literally line the players up on 2 sides of the room and go, Space Marines over there, like Xenos over there, because I hate Marines fighting Marines, and Tyranids fighting Tyranids is very dull. Yeah. So we used to match up according to who hated each other. And the last round, I just made shit up. I just went, that'd be funny, and literally made one arc champion because I thought something would be funny. And it was, they funnily smashed the other person. That was that.
So it had a bit more of a thematical aspect rather than
it's also the era of paper scoring.
Yes.
right.
So you don't and spreadsheets. So it's easier to mess with it when you've got
I've never drunken V again.
When you've got it used to take you. Took us like almost 3 hours to enter all the scores for a round.
Yeah.
So you had to enter the battle ones first, so you could get them playing, and then go on to the next. But messing with that in terms of 2 queues is a lot easier when you're doing that than when you've got a computer going, no, you need these 2 playing and those 2 playing. But I actually remember standing in that queue, and you start doing the whole count back to see if we're going to get paired against who as you're going down the queue, getting closer to the front. It just adds that extra rather than just.
That's right.
Okay.
The winners to the left and the losers to the right. Yeah.
Table 12, and I'm playing Mark. Okay, that's what we get these days.
Very badly.
Yeah, that's what we're doing these days.
Awesome.
So easy.
Yeah. Well,
we might let you guys go finish your game.
Yeah, I would. Napoleon Bonaparte is somewhere on that battlefield. He's eating the dead, and I have to put a stop to that.
Well, we'll let you put a stop to that. We'll let you go finish off your
too easy
behind-the-scenes stuff. And
beautiful. Thank you for joining us.
That was an awesome chat.
Right.
Well, big shout out to you guys just for coming along. We really appreciate you guys coming along and streaming all weekend because it's stories and moments like this that we really want to capture going forwards.
Yep.
Because we realise there is a lot of history, and sometimes it's hard to communicate that when we're all sitting around planning and organising, and to have you guys here talking to everybody, and now it's immortalised. It's amazing.
The thing I'm hoping that we can achieve with this is in future years it becomes more of a part of ARC, where even people that have played games want to come by and have a chat. Because so far we've just had people we know do it, and obviously the retailers and stuff, so we've got some really good interviews there. But I'm hoping that eventually, people have the courage just randomly to be like,
they have an amazing game.
Let me just tell you
tell
you what happened.
That'd be awesome.
We've had some pretty good interviews, so
Awesome.
Glad to be part of it.
Awesome.
We will have this all broken up in chapters, so we'll have links and all that good stuff in it, so it'll be easy to navigate.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
It's really unnerving.
I'm just back momentarily, guys. You thought you got rid of me, but it didn't work.
We're going to find Jimmy.
We're going to get some playing cards. We're going to get some board game action,
because that was the last interview.
And we'll set some cameras up and just...
have some fun.
Yeah, we'll have a bit of fun. We'll finish this off with a bit of fun.
Yeah. See you soon.
See you shortly. Bye-bye. What is up, guys? It may look a little bit strange right now, but that's because we are playing Warhammer Invasion. Playing some Warhammer Invasion.
We're playing
with
card
Jimmy,
games.
two-time gold medalist Jimmy.
Absolute winner.
So it's going to be Marvin versus Jimmy.
Yeah. So the expert against someone who's never played before.
Yep.
That's right.
But there is a thing called beginner's luck.
Have you got a
potentially.
preferred old world faction?
Well, I would have gone Lizardman, but what has a lot of birds in it? That'll be the
A lot of
alternative.
birds.
I almost think autofocus would work fine for this.
Yeah, you want to run auto?
I'd have to guess High Elf.
High elf? Let's do
You
it.
want to go the same deck? We've seen it can be played before.
I'll try it.
Oh, was that what Justin was playing, was it?
Yeah, the same one. No,
He's-
no.
he jumped
Oh,
on
that
the
wasn't
chair.
it?
That's the winning deck from yesterday. That's the same one that you're watching over
Sure.
Mike's shoulder.
So
We can mix it up if you want.
So that's all right. We'll start with this.
What should I play?
What are you vibing?
I'm going to play some... What's the red one? Nah. Maybe some
You should have
Empire.
just asked what my favourite colour was.
Oh,
That'd
no,
be an easy way to
I'll
do
play
it.
some Orcs. Let's see if the Orcs can destroy some High Elf. The Orcs are a bit aggressive, so maybe I'll just run you down.
From my understanding, that's how you like to play.
Yeah. It's not often successful, but it is how I like to play.
Yeah, autofocus is good.
Yeah, awesome. Looks good. Beautiful. All right, so rough shuffle, 7 cards.
7 cards.
I might go see if I can collect my Arco miniature.
Alrighty.
Do you want hammers or skulls?
I feel like hammers would be more fitting for dwarves. Not dwarves, elves. Where are we?
Okay, I've got 7 cards. I'm happy with my 7.
I got 7 cards. I don't know whether or not to be happy
You don't-
with them. Was it? So I'm going first, am I, because of the flip? Is that the dealio? Okay. All right, and
Yeah,
So
I'm taking a hands-free mic. It's a lot better.
there you go.
So 3 points first.
Get them. Do you want me to put them over here?
So it's 3 coins first. I play, then draw after, or do I draw next?
No drawing for the first player.
For the
You're at a
first player.
small disadvantage because it's good to be first.
Okay, good to know. Alright, well, I am just going to keep it real simple. I'm going to play Initiate of whatever that last word is.
Yep.
It's a 3 coin cost with a 1 loyalty, but goes away from the base.
So I'll give you $4 next turn to spend.
So it can be $4
It's a good start.
dues, and it has an action of healing 1 damage from each unit I control at the beginning of my turn.
That's pretty good. That's quite good. All right. I'm going to start with something a bit of fun. It's a fungus goblin. It says when I put it in play, you can choose which zone it goes into. So,
Fungus Goblin. Let's just throw it up in the battlefield.
all right, I got $2 left. I'm going to spend one of them on a mob hut. It's a building that gives me a power,
Okay.
and I have to sacrifice it if I have anything that's not an orc. But the whole deck is orcs.
All right.
So, you know,
so
it's
you're
just,
going to be pretty safe.
it's just a really cheap building.
Yeah.
So I'll give myself a bit of extra money for next turn, and I'm going to put the pressure on.
Oh, God.
I'm going to play a 3rd card. I'm going to play a chopper that gives a creature 2 more power.
Oh, no. So I did what you wanted, right? That's what happened there.
Maybe the battlefield wasn't the right place for the goblin. So then I'll attack your battlefield for 3 damage and pass the turn.
Love to see it. Do I draw first?
Get your $4 first. I'll do that. You draw.
Yeah.
Where are we sitting?
Can you lift the camera a little?
To get more of the table?
Pull down the lever to put it this way a bit.
I can do that. You've asked the right man.
Alright, well... So, with those 2 cards, that guy's attack is now up to 3, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It says attach unit gains 2 more power. He's only got 1 health, so I don't know if that deck has a way to do 1 damage, but that would kill him.
Yeah, alright, well, I'm just going to keep it simple. I'm going to put a unit down in the battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, the Spear Host is swinging back. Spear Host, it's
So he attacks, and then when he attacks, he deals 2 additional indirect damage.
Which zone do you want to attack?
So let's attack the battlefield.
You're in the battlefield?
Yeah.
So I'll take my 2 indirect and I'll spread them other places.
Yep. And then you got 2 direct as well.
And I'm choosing if I block. Do I want to block? No. I'll take my 2 damage.
Damn. I was really hoping you would. I'm feeling really threatened by the 3 attack out the gate.
Alright. Shall I go?
Is this the same mixed deck that I was running?
Yeah.
Nice.
Alright, $4 and 1 card draw. For one of those dollars, I'm going to put some crooked teeth goblins down.
Ooh,
just little 1 power,
goblins.
1 health. They're going to join the battlefield. And then I'm going to play Wheeze Bigger. It says, make the next unit 1 cheaper, but they come in with a damage on them.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I'm going to put some ball boys in that say, when they have a damage, they've got 2 more attack. So that only cost me 3.
I don't like this anymore.
So I'm getting very orky up in this battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm going to attack with all of them. The only zone you don't have any units, so you can't even block, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
He's doing 7. This is turn 2, by the way.
Wow.
I've stitched Marvin up on this one.
Yeah, he certainly did.
I saw how the game went last night against Justin, and I said, what if I just play really, really fast attack and don't give this deck a chance to
build up,
to do what it did to Justin?
Stack the indirects.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, back to you.
Oof.
That's a lot of damage.
So I'm going to draw.
That's what some people call rude.
Rude, indeed. No, that's fine. It's great when the first 4 cards I look at are ones I can't use.
What about developments? Could you start doing some
no developments.
No developments?
Didn't draw it
the
till the
card
1.
face down every turn to add
Oh, that
health.
one? Oh, sorry.
You could do that once a turn.
Oh, yeah. Won't do that.
Developments don't require you to pay a cost or anything like that, do
No.
they? They're a free
They're free, but
action.
you're only allowed to do it once every turn.
Okay, so I'm
Yes.
going to play this unit.
Unless you play a dwarf deck and they're just like got cards that say put 3 developments from your deck down, and
Right.
dwarves like digging and building.
Yeah, they're developing.
Speaking of development, that's a spicy card. It says when you play development, give it a charge, a resource, and then do that much indirect damage for all the resource tokens you have. Ooh. So it could get to a lot of indirect damage, but you're going to have to work pretty fast, Marvin.
There you go.
So she gets...
Drawn a development up the front.
So I take one
Does
damage
that then
indirect.
move one of the damage
Yeah, so
straight
it's
over
going to do
there,
one
yeah.
indirect damage.
Just so you remember that it adds a health.
Yeah.
I'll put the damage on the battlefield because I think I can block that zone if I have to.
I take the damage and let's just spread it to the kingdom.
Is it both players?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, to each player.
If you put it on a unit, can your lion dude heal it next turn?
No, I can. Yeah.
Yeah, put it on a unit, get rid of it later.
This boy. All right. Thank you, D. Thank you, D. Appreciate
Hello,
it.
Pluto minis.
He's sneaking up because the camera's not on the area anymore. It can hang in the back. All right. And I'm pretty sure that ends my turn there. So,
You want to crack me?
Yeah. So I'll attack for the 2.
Oh, so he's got damage. I forgot to put that on.
I just keep. I need to take out that battlefield and hopefully.
You want to go battlefield again?
Yeah, battlefield again. So once the battlefield's destroyed, the damage goes onto the units after the 8. Is that what? Like if you choose not to defend at all?
No. So if I block with creatures, you have to kill the creature before you can hurt the
battlefield.
the zone.
So,
but once the zone's burning.
So I can't choose to attack the zone and affect the creatures in the zone once the zone's burning?
No, if you attack it and I don't block and you burn it, then there's no reason for you to attack it again.
Yeah.
And I'll never have to block in that case. So
okay. So there's no way for me to remove the cards in the battlefield forcibly if you choose to never block?
No, that's right. I will block. Let's swap the little goblin with the chopper so they kill each other.
Okay. Cool.
They die. He's only got 1 health, so 1 goes through.
Yep.
Your guy dies 2. He's got 3 attack.
Yep.
And I've got to do 2 indirect damage, which I will just spread again.
Spread it out.
Spread it out. My turn?
It does 3 damage, right? So it does damage go to my battlefield as well, because that guy, I think it's... Oh, no, he had 3 anyway. No, that's fine.
No, I can't hurt your battlefield when you attack. Get my money for the turn. I'll draw my 1 card for the turn. Oh, that would have been really good.
Don't like hearing that.
Very ominous.
Yeah.
I, for all 4, am going to play... Can you pronounce that one?
Skarsnik and Gobbler.
That's the one.
That's the one.
He's a hero, and for an action, I can take 3 damage off this unit to deal 1 to part of your capital and draw a card. So the base is your capital.
Yeah.
So I'll put him over there so I can draw some more cards.
Very nice, very nice.
And then I might take my ball boys and my crooked teeth goblins and attack your quest zone so it burns. That's 4 more damage, enough to burn it.
Yeah, it's it. I think it only needed 1.
I'll get my Pokemon tokens.
You get your Pokemon.
Halfway to winning. Your turn, Marv.
All right. Well, I'm gonna draw.
Heal your unit too at the start of the turn, I think.
Yep. I heal my unit.
5.
I potentially might be doubling down. Let's Ooh, okay, maybe not. Okay, that's what you mean.
Do I just wreck him, Mike?
Oh, there's some dirty cards. There's some dirty cards in this orc deck.
When it says order only, what does that mean?
Ignore that. Order is the good guys, and destruction is the bad guys.
Okay, right.
So you're playing an order deck because you're high elves.
Do I double down or do I kill? Alright. I've got 5. It's up there.
That's a lot of damage.
Right.
That's a lot of damage.
I'm orking him out.
All right, so I'm not going to double down. I'm going to change tax, and hopefully I'm reading this card correctly. So I'm going to play the Slytherin, which says it just when I attack with it, it kills a unit that's defending that's got damage on it.
That card counters my whole deck.
Good, I'm glad. So that was 3.
Are you in chat commenting?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
yes
in
he
chat
is.
too.
He was doing it to us yesterday, and it confused the shit out of me. All right, so I play that card, and then
Social mediaception.
Yeah, the Spawn of Itzel says when he attacks, you kill a damaged creature, and orcs love to be damaged. That guy has double the attack because he's damaged.
Yeah.
Hey, Justin, is Jimmy in chat saying
I'm
go,
gonna
Jimmy?
also play Born Predators to reinforce.
No, he's just saying how hard is it to follow a
leaving?
card game on stream?
That's a spell
See
that
you,
just
Dave.
goes off once and then stops.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good to know. All right, so I'm going to use that, which is like an extra damage.
Sure. You want to kill the Crooked Teeth Goblins?
Yes, I'm gonna kill-
Or do you want to kill my hero?
Nah, the Crooked Teeth Goblins take out some of that damage. So
We could probably zoom this view in.
Yeah. All right. So when you attack, you destroy a damage unit.
Yeah, damage. Yeah. So I'm feeling slightly better now. I thought the end was 9.
Crank it.
So all right.
Pull down on the lever.
That's good. It's good, Whereas.
Yeah.
It's got everything in.
My turn.
Your turn. I think that's
All right,
everything.
I have my $4, and now I draw 3 cards because of my hero.
Too much.
Right. Well, I have a quest, and it's free because I've got a few orc loyalty.
Very nice.
If I play a unit here and I build up resources, I can add power to my creatures.
So powers attack damage. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, but you've got to play the creature after the quest, so it doesn't do much for me right now.
Okay.
So I'll pop that down. And for all $4, I'm going to play another Boar Boy. But, like the last one, he hasn't got damage, so he's only 1 attack.
Good to know. All right.
So I might attack your... Oh man, this is bad. Anywhere I attack, you put a damage back on me, and then you can kill me with the Spawn of Itzel. So I might just wait.
I'm glad that I've countered the aggressive attacks. So
I'll figure something out. Your
figure
turn.
something out. All right. So up to 5 coins. And I draw 1 card. Ooh, that's an interesting one. I don't think this is going to last 4 more turns though, which I think probably tells you what the card is.
I don't know. I'm feeling a bit
It's
in a tricky spot.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna double down with the other strat. And gonna play True Mage again.
Yes. Now it's going to get really crazy with 2 of them.
Yep. And I'm gonna do a development
Yep.
because that just makes sense.
So the first one gets a resource as well. So am I taking 3 indirect damage now?
Taking 3 indirect damage, and so am I. So I muck around with it. Let's double down again. I'm going to cast a spell, which I'll reveal the top 2 cards on my deck. Which does that mean I just put them on the table? So
I think we just look at them. They probably go away later.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to reveal the top 2 cards on my deck. Deal the damage. Deal X indirect damage to each player. X is a total of printed cost.
All right. Let's see how expensive those cards are. The first one is
a 2, so not too expensive.
A little shrine. It costs 2.
And a 4.
Oh, and the next one is Salamanders. So both players take 6 indirect damage from the Comet of Cassandora.
Yeah. Now, do those cards just sit them back on top of the deck? Is that the deal? This says reveal them, so I'm not sure. Bottom of the deck?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 for you.
I didn't do the math, so hopefully I haven't burned myself.
3, 4, 5, 6. Now my problem is any unit I put the damage on, you can kill when you attack with the Spawn of Itzel, so I don't know what my options are.
Well, I just saw there was a lot of tokens, so either you got to spread them very thinly across the board and take no damage.
All right. I'm putting them on no units.
This is a hotly contested match.
Yeah, it's a bit tight.
Why not?
He's putting all his dudes to 1 health. I don't think there's anything I can do to punish that. So now
Hopefully
are you
not.
attacking?
Yeah, I'm attacking.
Which zone? I have 1 health on my quest, 2 health left on my battlefield, and what's that?
Yeah.
4 left on my 3 left on my kingdom. But now, if you attack, your guy will die because these guys have at least 1 power.
Yeah. Yeah.
Questionable decisions
I
by
think
Marvin.
I might not attack at all.
Okay, all right.
So
back to me.
Yeah, I think I'll pull your strat.
It's getting very tactical.
And he didn't attack last time either because it was the same issue. Problem is my strategy is entirely, literally all my cards are, I do damage to him and me.
Nice.
But I've got 1 card there that every round I heal 1 damage off each unit.
Yeah.
But
that's a powerful card.
But it's spreading myself pretty thin in regards to he could knock any of those units out.
Yes.
So.
And we both take indirect damage again.
Yeah.
Right. I need something to put that indirect damage on. I'm going to play a Black Orc. It's just a 3 cost, 4 health guy. I need a little more money, unfortunately. And then for $1, I'm going to play Morglar the Mangler. It's a big axe that adds 2 power to a creature. In combat, he does 2 more damage. He doesn't have more power. And I'm going to attack your battlefield. So right now the axe gives him 3 power, but it says if he's blocked, he does 2 more damage. So he'll have 5 damage if you block him.
If I block him.
So it's even worse if you block.
I shouldn't block at all. So he does, 3 damage in total?
3. So the development soaks up 1. You've got half your health left, 4 points left on the battlefield. No, I'm just saying 8 health and 2 more developments makes it 10 health total.
Oh, yeah, of course. I forgot about
development's out of health.
Sorry, I completely forgot about it.
You take your turn.
So I think it's...
You draw, I'll take the damage because your white lion thingy heals everyone for 1.
Yeah. Okay, so I've drawn.
Six is a good amount of money.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still does not feel like enough. 6.
Are you going to play development? Are you going to just watch everybody's world burn?
Oh, everyone's world's going to burn. I just haven't done the math this far ahead to see if it's going to burn you first or me first.
Which card is causing the dual indirect damage?
Everything.
Dave, if you're watching the stream, these are my tokens.
Both
That's why
of
they
these
look the same.
cards is causing indirect damage. And then I cast a spell last time that was also causing dual indirect damage.
Nice.
And it was, I drew 2 cards, and depending how expensive they were, was how much damage was dealt. And it was 6.
Oh.
So, yeah. All right. 4, 5, 3. That's only too expensive.
I wonder if there's a way I should have stomped him turn 3. I'm not sure.
I think you could have. I think you were nice because you were stomping me turn 1 and 2, and it just gave me that extra turn to get some cards down. All right. Yeah, so I'm going to play my Lizardman.
Oh dear.
Up the front. So if he's dealt damage, he can deal 3 damage back to so-and-so.
That's
kind of like your.
That's a good.
It's another combo
That's a good card.
in that deck that if Lizardmen take damage, sometimes they're savage and do damage to other people. So if he puts 1 point of his indirect on that guy, 3 points swing over to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much damage is going on here?
I'm just holding on. All right, here we
Another
go.
development, so let's do the indirect damage math again. So we're now up to
5 points each.
of
I don't know why we
indirect
did 6 last time.
damage. Because of the drawing of the cards.
Oh, sorry, it was the spell that
There
did
was a
6.
spell that did 6.
5
This
for me.
is a lot more complex than we were playing. This has got some levels to it.
Let's just spread the damage and hope he can't punish me for it again.
All right, so meh. Yeah. So the Carnosaur does 3 damage, so that's why I put nothing on my Boar Riders, because you can only do 3 savage to something in the same zone, so...
Do that and then do 3 damage for that.
He's still alive at the moment.
No, he's not, because now I'm going to attack. With the wombo combo. So I'm going to attack your battlefield.
So you're going to attack with both. You
Yeah.
can attack when they come in. It's not like magic. They're not summoning sick.
Yeah.
You've got 4 damage, and you kill a damage unit from the...
The zone. And we burn. Baby, we burn.
Okay, not great. I'm back to 0.
So taking out the attackers twice now. So bit of a different combo than Mike was playing though, considering it's the same deck. So
Yeah.
it's interesting to see, you know.
This is a lot more burn the world.
So there's a lot more tokens on the table.
Yeah, there is a lot
So-
going on.
I'm going to scoop. I got nothing.
Done.
I got a couple creatures, but I cannot get through all of his creatures, so...
Good game.
Well
Thank you for
done.
playing with me.
Well done.
The High Elves win again.
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 Undefeated High Elves. Tough to beat. Is that a custom Jimmy setup, is it? That those cards?
Yeah, I put all these decks together.
Yeah.
It took a while.
Yeah.
And I color-coded the sleeves.
That's cool.
I might go pick up my display pieces. Do you guys want to play another one? Oh yeah, you gotta go turn. Let's do this. Let's give Mike the Orcs. But let's swap the High Elves to the Dark Elves from last night. So the Dark Elves really like killing creatures and the Orcs like having a lot of creatures.
All right.
So there might be a bit more interaction.
That's the goal.
Poor Justin last night, you played no creatures and
No creatures at all.
your warships just killed him with
Yeah.
indirect damage.
I had maybe 1 or 2 creatures the entire time. Oh, here he is, the man himself.
Sorry, not a double goal.
Back with his medal.
Yeah, well, Jimmy's about to bring his double gold, so maybe he can throw them on camera. And show off the prized
hardware.
winners.
Show off the hardware.
We can have a mum look at me moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That should have been in the deck the whole time. I just found one of the best cards that he beat me with was still in the box. So I tried to cheat, and Marvin still beat me.
Cheater.
Cheater.
So he apparently kept the best card in the box from me.
There you go.
He kept the best card in the box
I
from my
forgot one of
deck.
his cards. He still won.
Didn't help him though.
Suspicious.
Yeah, it's suspicious indeed.
You guys
No,
good?
look, I'm pretty sure
Back in
after
5.
turn 2 you were pretty friendly to me because I think you were stomping me the
I
first 2
felt
rounds.
pretty brave, so I thought I'd slow down a bit.
Yeah.
And I should not have slowed down a bit.
Gave me enough time. It was a bit of a suicide play though. I hadn't done the math. Bit of a tight squeeze. Oh, alrighty.
This is going to be hard without
a rules
without a
lawyer.
coach.
Yeah. Skull or hammer for who goes first?
Skull, please.
I don't know how to flip. You're first.
I'll go first. Cool. All right.
So you
7?
don't.
Was it 7?
It's 7,
Draw 7?
and because you go first, you don't draw a card.
Yes. Yeah. Cool.
Just do a quick little cut of the deck.
I should do that.
I have no idea how the hand was, if it was the same as last time. I can't shuffle, so I'm just cutting. So.
Yeah. No, I can't shuffle. Alrighty. 1,
G'day, Lothar.
2,
You back home?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Good. You're first.
Thank you. So I get 3 monies, I believe.
$3 dues.
$3 dues.
I think it's actually called power because the cards have been referring to power, which I imagine is that.
Free power?
Yeah.
Alright.
At least I'm guessing. Now that Jimmy's gone, I'm making declarations.
We're going to tweak all the rules. Actually, Justin and I had an idea for Battle Royale.
Yeah. For this.
All 4 playing.
Yeah. All 4 people could play. You can only attack the person to your left.
Okay. Interesting. So you can't you can't counter the person that's attacking you in regards to.
No.
Okay. Interesting.
But theoretically, it should just play the same.
I guess so. I guess.
You except for the fact, like, obviously, if someone's like building up resources in there, you'd need to team up with your opposing too. So it'd almost be 2v2.
Yeah, almost be a team player. Yeah, okay.
Where it's like, I need you to attack their resources.
It wouldn't be quite an individual. It should be 2v2, but whoever's left standing at the end of that is like, yeah, okay.
All right. I'm starting off with the Iron Boys. That's going to cost me 3 monies, and it's going on my battlefield.
Yep.
Now, I can't attack straight away, can I?
You can't.
I don't think so on the first turn. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think so.
You don't attack.
It sounds bad if I do. And I think I can play a development. face down in my quest zone.
There you go.
All right. That is your turn, Marvin.
I'm going to play... Should put the 3.
You probably can't hear Ben in the background that well, but he's singing the final countdown.
It's the final.
The whole thing. Like he's the
stopped.
musical instruments too.
Okay, so I'm going to play a support unit, which means that any units in a zone with no developments lose 1 hit point. So they don't, like, it's not... I don't think they take damage, they just have 1 hit point less in general.
Yeah, they're just 1 hit point weaker.
Yeah.
That costs 3.
And
Sim match.
You going?
Good to see you, man.
See you, big fella. See you later. I'll see you soon.
you know what? I'm not going to leave it at that. Keep it simple. He's out. He's done.
That's addicted to him. Down the house.
Right. Your turn.
My turn. All right. We got 3 monies. Or power, as Marvin has declared it. 3 power. I can draw 1 card.
Should have done it the other way around. Just realised a better strat too late. Should have played a different card first. Too late to change it now. Classic Pokemon fumble.
Alrighty, I am going to play. My Followers of Mork in the battlefield. That is going to cost me 2, and after this unit enters a play, each player takes 2 indirect damage, and the players can allocate their own damage.
Each player takes 2 indirect.
Yeah, that's how there was so many things the last time. Per round, there was 1 round where I did 11 indirect damage to the both of us.
What?
Yeah. But I had 1 card that would heal 1 damage off every unit. So I was spreading my damage across my units that were healing, and he had to just tank it.
Marvin's wild, man. Yeah, 2 damage each. I'm going both on my quest.
All right. And you attacking?
I think they're pretty good with the rules.
I stuffed up. I should have played a different card first, though.
I mean, they're pretty bad with their rules.
So, put it this way: if I played the cards the other way around,
game over.
Well, those 2 cards will be off the field
Dang.
next round.
Is that the one that takes a health off?
Yeah, and you know what the other card probably would be if they're below a certain amount of health removed at the start of my turn.
I'm actually going to do a development in the battlefield as well.
Yeah, you've given it away, Marvin.
Yeah, I know. It's fine though. The other one does. He's going to lose 1.
And that's I'm going to actually attack with the Iron Boys, that's just 1 damage, I believe, the 1 axe. So
if you're attacking, it's just 2 damage in total because you got 2 cards.
Oh, cool.
They both attack the same.
Both attack the same.
Even if I just played 1 this round?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sweet. So
you attacking? Where are you
2
attacking?
at your battlefield.
Battlefield?
Oh, yeah, when we played, you didn't have any units to attack.
No,
so you don't know how that works.
This is new to me.
All right.
I haven't even played this aspect of the
And
game.
then I'll make it my turn.
Yes, that is your turn.
Oh, they're too expensive. Immediately. All right.
What do you got, Yugi?
What are you doing, Yugs? All right.
I play Pot of Greed.
I bet you didn't see this coming.
So I'm going to play another support card, which is the one I should have played first. At the beginning of my turn, any units on your side of the field that have less than 2 health get returned to your hand. So if I played it the other way around, I could have had both those cards off the field with an attack. Because the first one removes the health from his units if they don't have a development, which would have brought his 3 to a 2, but his 2's already 2, so...
It still sends the 2 health Mork back, but then you just get to do more indirect damage. So.
Is it 2 or less, or is it...
2 or less.
Oh, wow. Sweet.
So...
Does that start this turn or no?
I'm imagining it would start at my next turn.
Start of his turn.
Everything's too expensive, so we're just going to throw on a scout. Because everything's so expensive, let's just get more money.
More money, me.
No, but it's not for an attack. It's for if he survives. So...
I don't know how he would. If you block, you've only got 1 health, he dies.
I just don't block. I just do what you were doing and we're refusing to block.
He doesn't count as part of combat. I think you need to put it there for the swing if you want to make him discard cards.
Discard 1 card at random from opponent's hand if this unit survives combat. Oh, so you reckon he has to be up the front? Alright, I'll throw him up the front there.
I'm coaching now, aren't I?
For funsies.
You are, yes.
Rude.
So alright, yeah, that'd be your turn. I've done no damage to you yet. You did that to yourself.
Yeah, I did that. Just hurting myself. 1 card.
I'm just doing nothing but trying to remove cards from the table. It's probably the wrong strat.
I know that's not your strat, but...
I feel like a real disruptor, Justin, because when I came on for the podcast, I started giving out busts, and now I've turned your stream into a card game playing stream.
No, well, I mean, look, it's getting towards the end of Arc, right? Things are starting to wind down. We're not really going to be doing interviews, but it's good to be here at the end. So, like, this is good entertainment to fill in the stream, you know? It's a bit more relaxing for us. There's no pressure on.
Yeah.
Except for playing the card game itself, but...
Except for trying to win.
Yeah.
Trying to win.
I'm going to play the ball pen in my kingdom. That's going to cost me 2. And that means that units in a zone with no developments cannot defend.
Cannot be what?
Cannot defend.
Cannot defend.
Yes.
So that means the damage goes straight towards the...
Straight away, yep.
Interesting.
And, that is going to be directly attacking the battlefield again. So that's another 2 damage to the battlefield.
Because he cannot block, he's got no developments there.
His units can't block though, right?
Yours can't. Oh, it's...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's his, right?
No, he can, because he's played a development. You can't block because you haven't played a development in yours.
So if it doesn't have a development this zone,
If it does not have a development,
Yeah, that's correct.
they cannot block.
Okay, that's fine. All right, well, let's fix that problem up real quick.
So at the start of your turn, Marv, if we're starting,
Yep.
2 health units have to get picked back up.
Oh, yes.
Ah, yes,
my
yep.
mistake.
So,
Thank you.
who's that boy?
It's 1 target unit. So he can pick up his own guy if he wants.
Oh, nice.
Be a bad move, but it's an option.
All right. Yeah, hold on. Let me. I think I must strat a little bit further ahead. So I've got 5 cards.
Marvin seems worried.
I'm trying to remember. I don't know if I actually remember drawing a card or not. That's actually what I'm trying to work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 2.
Lots of people walking past, looking in, going, what the hell is that? That's fun.
I think I need to draw a card. I think I forgot to. I've got 8 cards in total.
Chat.
Second round.
Can we get a vote in chat?
Hold on. Is my math right? Second round, I've got 8 cards in total on the field and in my hand. And I went second, so I drew last time. So I should have...
So you've drawn twice.
So I should be up...
So you should have 9.
9, yeah, okay.
But
So my math is right.
You've played 3.
Yeah, I've got 8 in total, including my hand.
So you got enough, I think.
I've got 8 on the field and my hand in total.
Then you don't have enough.
Cool. All right, my math is right. I just wanted to double check.
He couldn't do anything, just so you know. He had no...
I could. I just couldn't do the one thing I wanted to do.
Oh, well, that card's going to wreck him. That was a good draw.
I can't use it. All right, well... hell.
This is going to be the stream from now on, chat.
Yeah.
No more painting. No more playing Space Marine 2. It is quite literally just Warhammer Invasion, the trading card game.
All right.
And also, this is the James stream now. Shout out to Gabrielle, my wife. She's watching. Hi, Gab. I told her I was on TV, so...
I'm going to play the Season Corsair.
Look how much cash this dude's got. There must be a reason why he keeps putting cards there.
Fucking expensive cards. That's what's going on.
Can he do something when he comes in?
So in a targeted zone, I can remove 2 health when he enters play.
Just for the turn?
Just for the turn. So when he enters play.
Doesn't do anything really at the moment.
At the moment. I need money. So I'm going to do that to...
So your boys only have 1 health for the rest of the turn.
boy. Okay. And then... don't care about that. Put a development there so I can defend. And then I'm going to attack your battlefield, I think. So I don't think...
If I defend that...
He would die.
You die.
But he has a toughness 1.
Yeah.
So he can cancel 1 damage.
Nice to know that.
Marvin has
Someone didn't
miscalculated.
tell me that.
Oh.
Rude.
Is that bad sportsmanship? I don't know. Do we get rated on that? I don't think so.
Hey, Miss 40K,
You're
how you
allowed
doing?
1 take backsy in that scenario, I think,
Doesn't
Marvin.
really matter. That's fine.
Sorry, I might have forgotten to read that
No,
one.
it's all good. I'll still do it anyway.
I block.
All goodsies. All right, that's the end of my turn.
Hey, Black Sword. All right. We've got background Mike and Marvin playing Warhammer Invasion. So Marvin is the Dark Elves, and Mike is the Orcs. So the green. He's the green. Marvin's the purple.
Yep.
It is getting towards the end of the evening, so we figure you don't need to look at us anymore.
No.
But we are still here.
I'm sure you've had enough of looking at our faces.
All right, I am going to play the Ball Boys.
So a support card can't attack, can it? Never mind. Jimmy's too busy chatting in our chat.
Poor guy's just a building.
Yeah,
And this is the first time we've played this game.
Doesn't attack or
So
block.
in a battlefield, it means nothing, basically, in regards to its power.
So I'm going to make sure I read this one.
Yeah.
G'day, Miss Vodka. Appreciate it.
I'm going to play the Ball Boys. This unit gains 2 power or 2 attack when you control at least 1 damaged unit. So if you damage one of my units, this guy gains 2 attack.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
And neg health is not damaged, if that makes sense.
Ooh.
Like a damage token on him.
It's a debuff instead of a damage, right?
It just reduces the health number. It doesn't count as damage, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's damage?
Damage is when you put a skull marker on something and it's damaged until it dies.
So if it did indirect damage or attacked you directly from the battlefield?
His neg health abilities just say pretend he has 2 health.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. That's cool. That is fine.
And he attacks me, my world burns.
Blacksword wants to know how you're finding the game, Marvin.
Blacksword? Yeah, I find the game. Jimmy was really nice to me the first round. He was stomping me for the first 2 rounds. He gave me 1 round of reprieve and then regretted it. So...
All right, I'm going to attack the battlefield.
Battlefield?
And unless you've got a development there, that is direct to the
Direct
zone.
damage, 2 damage.
Yes, please.
Cannot block. You would think he'd play a development there soon.
Eventually.
Didn't want to
Maybe
anyway.
not, yeah.
It makes me nervous that he's not that worried about it.
What? I'm just hoping I draw the cards, that the strategy that I'm kind of planning. I don't know what's in this deck. Yeah. I've got a rough strategy in mind with what's in my hand, but it cannot come to fruition with what's in my hand. So we'll see what happens with this deck. It's a bit hard when you've never played the game before. But that ends your turn, right?
Correct.
So, and because he's not dead, I get to discard a random card out of your hand.
You didn't block, you weren't part of the combat. You don't survive combat if you're not part of the combat.
Oh, okay, so... Wait, so he has to block and survive?
He has to be an attacker or a blocker. So you could attack his quest zone where he's got no blockers, and you still survive combat.
Ooh.
That's a good way to make him discard cards.
Last time when I attacked and he survived,
he should have discarded
I should have discarded.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, all right, so I still got to discard the card.
We may as well play it now.
Oh no, spider hunting.
Dang it.
It's a good one.
That was going to be helpful later.
I don't know if he's telling the truth or not, guys. All right, I remembered to draw my card this time.
Good.
Everyone witnessed that.
So if we were playing competitive Magic, I think Marvin might be disqualified already.
Oh, yeah, yellow carded twice.
So,
That's right.
Hey, I'm reading all of my descriptions on my cards as I put them down. Whoops.
And if you're really polite, you tell your opponent what it says. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I'm not that polite.
I'm going to finish the Legion of the Damned model first, Black Sword, and then I'll jump back into those
6
trench
points
models.
down.
You're stacking some money.
Stacking some money. I've got 2 cards that cost 1 but are useless to me because you don't have anything they affect, and then the rest are 4 or above.
Avoiding cards that you need to affect seems to be a skill of mine.
It did it to me big time.
Read that. Can you see 1 health unit in the zone with no developments? I can.
What's up? Wait a second. Is that affect both sides?
Yeah, it's a global effect.
Sides. Okay.
What? All right. Can we get an official read on this card,
So
please?
what we've got here is we have Malekith's Throne, for those that know Malekith from the old world. And when this building is in play, it says units in a zone without developments have 1 less hit point. Now, like a smart man, Mike has a development in every zone, so it wouldn't affect him. But Marvin, who played this card, did not put a development in his battlefield and played a 1 health unit, so that unit should be dead.
Oh, so it's dead, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Should we just take that off play?
I think so.
Is that the card that's been removing?
They removed 1 card at
Or
the
should
start,
we just
that's
make
it.
Marvin put down development now and be really kind to him?
Yeah.
No, just remove that card anyway and force me to
to
put
you
a
guys.
development. That's fine.
I'm happy. I'm just a simple orc.
Mike's role playing.
Yeah. We'll see how the WA goes after this game.
So, all right.
The happy chappy.
Where is the hardware?
Oh, it's in the box over there.
Oh, nice.
Oh, everything's so expensive. Wait for Jimmy to come back just so I understand. So when it says deal 1 damage to 1 target attacking unit, can I pick what that unit is?
We're just getting a sneak peek.
Hold on,
at
we'll sneak
what-
peek on the
Is this
medal.
dude sneaking these golds in here?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
So
For those watching.
quick
Where's
question.
the second one?
If a card deals...
It looks very similar to the first.
Now I can't even
when it
put
says
my
deal 1
bronze
damage
on
to
there.
1 target attacking unit, do I pick that unit?
Good contrast.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to throw that.
We're about to see some more hardware.
Oh, it's Justin got some hardware.
Yeah. There you go. That's the equivalent. That's the BFG Justin equivalent.
That card
Is there a
effect,
silver or bronze over there, I see, Justin?
I
There's
just
a
want to make
bronze.
sure, so I don't make the same mistake. That card effect still goes off even if I can't defend it.
Yeah.
Cool.
What
Just
was the
wanna make
effect
sure.
of that card?
I
So
saw
He's
the
put a blood cauldron down that if you attack that zone, it does a damage to one of your creatures.
Roger that.
Now, one of your creatures has toughness, so the first damage bounces off, and the other one gets 2 more power if it takes damage. So we'll see if this plays out for him. It's a bold move.
It's a bold move, Carlton. Let's see if it pays off for him. So Jimmy got 2 gold, actually. Like, being 100% serious, he is a dual gold medalist. And funnily enough, I got a bronze in large. Jimmy got a gold in that category as well. But I'm going off the Jimmy D mentality of
That's the end of my
you
turn.
may have got 2 gold,
Oh, wait,
but I
can't
did
do
score higher than you in single miniature
You don't
with
have
a
to pay for
commander.
that either.
No, I already put one down. Never mind. I accidentally put 2 developments down. No, I didn't. I couldn't afford anything else.
What was the
Everything's too
single
expensive.
mini, the
But
Angel Wings?
You don't have to pay for
I
developments.
can't buy
Yeah,
anything
Sanguinor, yeah.
else.
Sanguinor.
Oh,
Well
so do you-
done.
Everything. You don't keep your currency till the next turn.
Ah, gotcha.
You haven't been doing that, have you?
There's no difference. I only had 3. But
Yeah, no. Everything's too expensive, so 2 coins mean nothing to me.
gotcha. All right.
True dark elf mentality.
Yeah.
What is 2 coins if it's not 8?
What's the point?
Drawing a card.
Should I go chat with these people?
Yeah, have a look.
Okay. So I'm gonna put a chopper card.
Oh, yeah.
Chopper is gonna go on to the Ball Boys. And that's gonna cost me 1.
I reckon you can burn his whole quest zone this turn.
And that's going to add 2 attack to my Ball Boys.
Yep. So that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 damage.
Yeah, that's a total of 4 damage right now.
Play that to put some
Just
more
giving
damage
him
when you do,
advice.
so it gets 2 more attack.
It's gonna burn me.
Oh, yes. Perfect. That's going to cost me 2. And that unit's going down there as well in the battlefield. That's going to cost me 2. And I'm going to keep these cards because I need at least some cards in my hand. I'm good at getting rid of cards, but
Yeah.
now I'm going to... That card I just played, which was the Followers of Mork, you may remember it from earlier, that deals 2 indirect damage to both players.
Yep.
That includes myself. and we get to allocate where those go. So I'm going to allocate that to my ball boys.
Oh shit! They're gonna do more damage, bruh.
Which means they're going to do some more damage. And the rest is going to go on my kingdom. And now I'm going to attack. So what do we got? I got to do some quick math here.
7.
We got 7. All right. Now, the whole attack has to go in one place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't split it.
Oh, I can't quite get there.
Because Marvin played one development, you can't burn the quest zone.
It saved him. It saved him. But yeah, that's going.
We need a player cam for that one.
That is going on the quest.
Oh boy!
It is going on the quest.
Yeah, trying to get rid of that currency.
6 damage directly to it. And I have to get rid of my monies.
Was that the one that did indirect damage to both or just me?
It's both.
Both. So you take 2 damage as well.
Yeah. I put one on my quest and one there.
Beauty. All right.
Oh, sorry, no. I put one on my ball boys and one there.
Yeah, and that's the end of turn?
You can pick up one creature that has 2 or less health.
Yeah. So the only creature that has 2 or less health at the beginning of my turn, yeah.
Follows a mork back to the hand.
Probably not for the...
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You can also cancel one of the damage on the guy with toughness. Like if you put one of your indirect there, doesn't happen.
Nice. That's good to know.
But if you put both there, 1 point would get through.
Yes.
The toughness.
Roger that.
How much money you got?
6. I can finally use cards.
That's what happened to me last game.
How expensive are your cards?
Except I didn't have anything for my resources.
Some good stuff comes in at 5 and 6 cost. And if you only learn that turn 4 or 5, it's already too late.
You know what? I might not even be using a 6 card.
Shout out Dave, he's cooking dinner and watching us on his TV. Thanks, buddy.
Slave pen down here. God, this strategy is going to be so interesting. All right. If I last long enough.
So Marvin's played a slave pen. If he sacrifices creatures, then this gets more power, so he'll get more money at the start of his next turn.
Yeah.
Hey, a development.
A development! It's there! I'm going to sacrifice this boy.
Just get rid of him.
And I can't afford anything else.
What would you spend 6 on?
I spent 2 on that card. I spent 2 on that card.
What about the other 4? You got no more cards to play?
I can't afford anything less than 6.
Didn't you drop that 4 at the front?
Didn't you have 6 this turn?
I just spent 2 on that card.
Shouldn't you play the thing that cost 6 instead?
No, because the strategy wouldn't work unless something's dead.
He's got a strategy.
I need something.
How dare I second guess him?
Yeah.
To be fair,
Things are going pretty great so far, so I wouldn't question him.
I haven't seen his hand. I don't know why I'm questioning Marvin.
Yeah, I've got 2 cards.
All right.
Yes, please. 4 monies.
So I reckon, and 1 card.
Yes, please.
I reckon you've got a 2-turn clock. You've got 6 points of damage or something. I think you can burn a zone this turn and burn a zone next turn. So I wonder how Marvin's going to stop this.
I've just had the same strategy since the beginning. If I get it done, I won't win, but I will be satisfied.
All right.
You know?
That's what they call a healthy mental state, everybody.
I'm going Followers and Walk is the card that I play.
Get him again.
So we're going 2 indirect damage to each player.
Cool. At least it's costing me money every time I put that card into his hand.
It is costing me money every time, but luckily, orcs are cheap. So one is going on my Iron Boys, which then gets negated because of their toughness, and the other is going on my Kingdom.
Poor Marvin has no creatures to soak up the damage, so...
And now I have 2 coins left. And would you believe it, he's got another Followers of Mork.
Oh, fuck.
There are 2 copies of a lot of the cards in these
And
decks.
he has both out of... What, how many cards is in the deck? 50 or something?
50 or 60, and you're allowed to have up to 3 copies, but I've only got 2 of each.
So that is two more indirect damage. And they are going both on my Followers of Mork.
There you go, Marvin. 2 more to put somewhere on your poor kingdom, or your poor capital, with 3 different sections.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 1, 2.
Okay, now I have, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
7, 8, because you've got damaged
7,
creatures.
8 attack right now.
Yep.
What is going on in your kingdom over there? Is there...
Lots of money. You can't touch them. I can't defend with them, can't do nothing with them.
They're all buildings.
Oh, beautiful.
buildings.
So they're just going straight at your kingdom.
Okay.
Does that kill it?
To kill it?
So that is that 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kills my kingdom.
Yeah, so that's, let's burn the kingdom down.
What does that mean for me in regards to the kingdom?
It has no gameplay effect.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Cool. All right, so my
And
turn?
That is your turn, yes. I do not want to get rid of one of my cards.
So you can pick a creature up at the start of the turn, return a 2 health or less.
Is that optional?
It is.
Okay.
I should stop telling him, should I?
I was just thinking, does he want to send me my Followers of Mork?
I do.
Wait,
Pick
really?
one up? Yeah. Pick one up.
My whole strategy is about sending cards back to his hand.
Okay.
The problem is that he keeps attacking zones all the time. The strategy doesn't work. I wanted that guy to die picking. He never attacked that zone. And then so I started defending like up here.
Yeah.
So I wanted this zone to be attacked. And then he stopped attacking that zone. And then he went over here. And then after I killed this guy myself, he attacked that zone.
From the orc perspective, we just attack what we look at. It's
So literally he's done a round robin of zones that I just should not be attacked. I always wanted you to attack the other 2, and you just never did. Although in this instance,
I wish I could say that was
So-
through genius gameplay or something like that, but it's just pure happenstance. Whatever was easiest.
yeah, well. Now, I at least am going to get this off for 1 turn. And I have exactly the amount of resources I need to do it. Now, the strategy is not really going to come to proper fruition, but it's going to happen. So I'm going to play a hero.
I'm actually nervous.
6 units. So I'm going to play her up the front. She has an ability where I spend 1 token. So she costs me 6, I have 7, costs 1 to use her ability. That's all my tokens.
That is an expensive card.
She's a vampire, 3 attack, 4 health. Pretty big for this game.
So it brings a card from the field back in for 1 round. And I wanted it to be this warrior because when this unit enters play, a target unit loses 2 hit points until the end of the turn. So I was hoping, in theory, I could keep bringing it up to the front to reduce hit points on his units every time.
Nice.
So the Corsairs come in. Do you want to kill the Mork, or what's the plan?
Yeah. So kill the 2-point unit is the plan. So that's his ability.
Which unit am I getting rid of?
The 2 health.
This is gone.
Yeah. So do you see what the strategy kind of was?
That's discarded.
So
That's not a return to
It's
hand.
dead.
That's
Dead.
Cool.
And then this is probably the last thing I'm ever going to be able to do is attack. And I will, let's say, attack the kingdom.
Attack the kingdom.
total-
How many attacks, sorry?
What's that?
How many attacks?
How many attacks? 4 attacks.
4 attacks. I can't defend.
G'day. Oh, I bought a set. I won't say no to more though. So, yeah, come through. So,
It's your boy. PJ. I can't seem to stay off.
So I'll push one of the Oreo ones.
PJ Dark Ritual with the
Thank
treats.
you, Dark Ritual Coffee.
Dark Ritual Coffee, slinging the goods.
Slinging the sweet treats.
Oh, there's like a half an Oreo cookie in this slice.
Oh, that is good. Look at this.
Maybe making you hungry at home.
So that your turn now?
Oh, maybe.
Where are you attacking?
I already attacked. You already did it.
All right.
So
Okay. Do you see what the strat was?
I mean, to be fair, I have one card, so the strike didn't have much.
Alrighty.
I mean, I think we can call it right. You just have to attack my quest zone, and I'm dead.
And you pretty much smash it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to get that straight off with the vampire to get the unit back, that every time it's in play, does the -2. That way I can be doing -2 every round to you, with an extra -2 every round to you with the other card.
Filthy Dark Elf players.
It was so expensive.
They're shifty.
That turn took 7 coins to make that whole play.
We won't tell him, chat, that's not how it works, and it's actually way more expensive.
That was wild. That was a wild game.
Well, it's a
I
long
might call
game.
it a day, actually. I might pack it in.
Yeah, I think it's coming to that point now anyway. So,
Yeah, it looks like everything's packing up behind us. We might have to get on out of here. Alrighty. You want to say goodbye to the peeps?
all right. I think we're wrapping up, guys. Looks like they're actually packing up early, so
They are packing up early.
so we'll start getting packed up, ready to leave tomorrow.
I'm eating a Biscoff. This is delicious. Excuse me.
Bless you. Bless you.
Jeez.
It's always in twos.
What a mess. It has been an absolutely phenomenal weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
100%.
Awesome hanging out with Jimmy towards the end of each day, just playing some cards. You know, it was, I wouldn't say it was stressful trying to organise interviews, but I was very conscious of it throughout the weekend, especially when we weren't doing much.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much for the relaxing finish to each stream as well, Jimmy.
Absolutely.
Oh, my pleasure. I love showing off board games, and this one's a bit of a pet favourite. So
yeah,
I
thank
had
you for bringing it.
probably more fun than anybody.
Bring the good vibes and congratulations on your amazing showing in the Arc Open.
Thank you.
We'll start packing things up because we do have a heap to pack up, and we've got a lot to transport back to my house. So hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Obviously there will be no evening stream tonight, but we should be back tomorrow on Monday with the regular paint streams.
I did see a
Take it easy, guys. You can't see me waving, but I am.
Thanks, everyone.
See you guys.